Pink Flamingo Productions presents To Crave and Covet, Leave Me Breathless World by Rachel Blake. Performed by Blair Dade, Sean DeRegger, and Craig A. Hart. Prologue. The coarse rope dug into Murphy's wrist, rubbing the skin raw. She wasn't tied to anything, but she assumed they'd left the rope for convenience.
"Sit still,"
the man next to her rumbled, knocking her with his shoulder hard enough to send her toppling over in her seat, her head banging into the sliding door next to her.
"Boss isn't gonna like that. He said no one touched her but him."
An unknown man spoke from the front of the vehicle.
"Sit her back up before we get there, man. I'm not taking the flak for you on this one. Tell him, Joey."
All she heard was a grunt of response before her arm was harshly grasped and she was roughly pulled back into a sitting position.
"I don't know what's so special about her. Looks like any other broad to me. Tits aren't that good, and she's got a scar on her lip. I mean, her ass is nice and all, but nothing he couldn't find on someone willing. Shut the fuck up, both of you. Come on, Joey. You have to admit, with his standings, he could do better. I said, stop fucking talking."
Her eyes watered behind the blindfold and her nose started to run once more. He wasn't saying anything she didn't already know about herself. Hell, she'd gotten her fair share of death glares from her fiancé when she pointed out her own flaws, and a spanking or two as a reprimand. But hearing someone else point them out was a whole different level of hurt. At least he didn't point out the roundness of your belly. Of course, the voice in the back of her head was going to make itself known. It was no shock that the voice sounded suspiciously like her mother.
"Great, now she's crying. What the fuck does he want with this sniveling, weak woman? Shut the fuck up, man. What if she reports this back to the boss?"
The same man questioned from the front seat.
"She won't if she knows what's good for her."
The man grabbed her by the throat, pulling her close.
"You know what's good for you, don't you, Kiwi? You know better than to let your mouth run."
The sound of the nickname had a sob welling in her throat. No, you're not allowed to call me that. Only one person gets to call me by that name, and you're not him." A squeal fell from Murphy's lips as her hair was roughly fisted.
"You were never allowed to be called that at all, were you? Kept in your ivory tower like some princess. Too bad you don't have the body to back up that image. The boss is going to be so disappointed when he finally sees you."
"Good. Then maybe he'll let me go," Murphy sneered.
"Fat chance, princess."
Swinging blindly, she smiled when her third attempt made contact with a scruffy neck and a grunt sounded from her victim. "I'm not a princess. I was a prisoner," she corrected him, arms still swinging. Her arms were roughly wrenched behind her back a second before hot breath brushed her ear.
"If you think you're gonna be anything but a prisoner now, you're sorely mistaken."
Jerking her blindfold from her eyes, his dark eyes bore into her.
"If you're lucky, he won't share you with too many of us." "Seth, shut the fuck up," Joey commanded from the front seat. "Come on, Joey. You know I'm right."
Seth's voice was an annoying whine.
"He shared the last one until there was nothing left to share."
Seth's chuckle had a chill running down Murphy's spine.
Then again, when she stopped screaming, it wasn't all that much fun anymore.
Murphy watched in shock as the man in the passenger seat, Joey, turned and punched Seth in the face, blood instantly pouring from the offended nose. Joey spoke as he tried to shake the pain from his hand.
"I will not tell you again. Shut your fucking mouth." "What the fuck, man?"
Seth's hands went to his nose, muffling his words. He spoke.
"God damn it! I'm fucking with her. Boss likes them riled. I wouldn't suggest bringing the big man into this. I would think he'd be very disappointed in you and your way of treating women.
Joey's eyes softened when he looked at her.
I'm sorry, Murphy. Please excuse this fucking idiota.
You expect me to think you're any better? Murphy curled her lip in disgust. You both associate with your boss. You can't be all that different. Joey actually looked a little sad, if not resigned by her remark. Did he not want to be there? Didn't he agree with what he was doing?
You're right.
Sighing heavily, he nodded his head.
I can't be that much different from him. But you, of all people, should know, blood has a way of tying you to some unsavory people.
Any retort she had was cut short by the god-awful sound of metal meeting metal. The crunch of the weak structure of the van crumbled in on itself, drowning out any other noise. But her screams, those were clear as day. In what felt like slow motion, Murphy was thrown from her seat, her head crashing into the side of the van once again, her body crumbling in on itself with the momentum behind her. With pain radiating from her skull, she rolled and landed in a tight space, her shoulder screaming out when it took the full weight of her body. The loose ropes around her wrists snagged on something and kept her from being able to catch herself. She watched as the other bodies settled around her. The people that had been whipped around like rag dolls just seconds ago were eerily still. Not one of them moving. The only man who remained in his seat was Joey, and his arms hung uselessly above his head. Slowly, reality took hold. They'd rolled, and the van had settled on its roof. Silence engulfed her. It was never silent after a crash in the movies. Where was the blare of the horn, the moaning of the people in the vehicle, the sounds of voices outside? Something. It was never silent in the movies. A cry fell from her lips. She needed sound, any sound to prove she wasn't dead like the body next to her. The man who'd been so rough with her. He laid in a crumpled heap, head twisted at an awkward, unnatural angle. Even knowing a dead man laid next to her, the silence was even scarier. Silence meant there was nothing and no one coming. Silence meant the lifetime of criticism was going to echo through her head. Insults, mocking, and all the hate was unchecked and screaming at her. You are nothing. Not even going to have a chance to make something of yourself now. All because you had to go against your family, and now you're dying a slow and painful death. Murphy's eyes started to drift closed, the lids too heavy to keep open. She knew she shouldn't go to sleep, knew the best course of action was to stay awake until someone was there to help her. But she was just so tired. She knew she was going to die, but the thought of dulling the pain was just too tempting to pass up. It would just be like falling asleep. A moan caught her attention and had her prying her eyes open the slightest bit. Hello? Murphy's voice wasn't her own, but the raspy, slightly gargled sound had come from her. Help! Please help!
Murphy?
Joey's voice sounded from the front seat.
Are you stuck? You need to get out of here.
She watched as he tried to pry the tongue of his seatbelt from the buckle. I don't know if I can move.
You don't have a choice. Get out, now.
I can't.
Quit telling me what you can't do and do as you're told.
Joey cursed under his breath.
I can't get this damn buckle to release, and there's no damn sense in us both dying in the fucking fire.
I'm tired.
No, don't you dare open those eyes. Murphy, open them.
As her eyes fell closed, she muttered a response. Someone will be here soon. Someone will save us both.
No, they're a few minutes behind us. Murphy, open your fucking eyes.
Joey's voice sounded as if he was yelling from the other end of a tunnel.
Murphy, can you smell that?
She'd smelled the smoke a few minutes ago, but she was too tired to do anything about it. Sleep will make it hurt less.
That's not how it works. You need to get out of the car, now.
No.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I cannot sit here and listen to you being burned alive.
Joey pulled frantically on his seatbelt.
I'm trapped. You're not. Get the fuck out of the car. Don't make me listen to you being burned to death.
I can't. I'm so tired. The sound of a car door being slammed had the both of them turning.
People, thank fuck.
Joey visibly relaxed as the people rushed to the van.
Murphy's injured and growing weak. I'm fine, but I can't get my belt undone. Pass me a knife and get her out.
A man crouched next to Joey's door, the heat radiating from the hood forcing him to move back a bit, and the pair exchanged a few muttered words. With a nod of their heads, the man stood once more, and the sleek, leather loafers simply walked to her side of the car. No, they can't do this! Strength she didn't have 5 minutes before took over, and Murphy pulled herself over the pebbled glass to Joey. They have to help you. They're here. They have to get you out, too. A hand encircled her ankle as she frantically started pulling his seatbelt. No! Stop! Don't touch me!
Don't fight them, Chichio. Let them save you. They have nothing to get me out with. They have to take you.
Kicking the hand wrapped around her ankle extracted a string of curse words from the unknown man. But her small victory was short-lived as she was grabbed once more and jerked across the shards of glass and pulled out into the dark night. Fine. You have me. Now get him. Save him. Damn it, Joey.
Girl.
A hard slap to her ass stunned her into silence for a few moments. But the jumping orange flames had her adrenaline moving once more as she was pulled to her feet. You have me. Just please, get him out. Please, don't leave him here to die. Tears ran in quick succession down her face as she was picked up and shuffled toward the awaiting car.
We have to get you out of here. They're only a few minutes behind us.
No, you can't leave him. He'll die. Pushing her into the car, the man gave her no choice but to slide over as he climbed in beside her, anger radiating off of him.
You think I don't know that? You think I'm so cold-hearted that I want to leave my cousin to die such a horrible death? But I don't have a choice. If we don't get you out of here, we all die.
Selfish motherfucker! Murphy slid to the other side and tried the handle. The door didn't move. Turning back, she pled one last time, the strength from the adrenaline ebbing. Please don't make me carry the memory of a man's death with me for the rest of my miserable life. Please. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and shook his head.
I'm sorry.
Turning back to the window, she watched as the flames leapt and licked across the bottom of the overturned van. She didn't dare allow her eyes to move to the passenger side window. There was no way she would be able to unsee the look on Joey's face as his only hope at surviving the crash drove away. Crying, Murphy let the need to sleep overtake her as the pain started to ebb back into her body. Laying her head against the cool glass, she did something she hadn't done in years. She prayed to a God she didn't believe in. Chapter 1. Murphy sat straight up in bed, her body soaked with sweat and her heart pounding in her chest.
Honey, you're all right. I've got you. It was just a bad dream.
She fought back the urge to push her husband away. the need for space almost overwhelming. Instead, she stilled and allowed him to hold and rock her, allowed him to be her safe space and anything else she needed. After a few minutes, he pushed her away from his chest and caught her eyes with his.
"What has you up at this hour?"
It was a bad dream. The crash, feeling of panic, silence. There was more, but I can't remember it. She allowed her eyes to fall to his chest a second before they moved to the iPod dock on her nightstand. I must have forgotten to turn on the music before I went to sleep.
"Baby, you know the only way you sleep is if there's noise to drown out the silence. You know it helps you. Why do you insist on taking the hard way around?"
Murphy let her eyes drop once more. She knew that tone, knew she was in trouble. It isn't intentional, sir.
We had this conversation just the other night, did we not?
Stefano rubbed the side of his face as he sat her on her own side of the bed and stood. He only took a few steps towards the closet before he turned back to the bed.
I asked you a question.
I could have sworn I turned it on. She looked out of the corner of her eye to the machine in question. I swear I did.
I'm not looking for an excuse, Stefano growled. I'm requiring an answer.
We did just have this conversation, sir. Knowing what he expected, Murphy moved to the middle of the bed and knelt there. Hands palm up on her thighs, head down, legs spread with her nightgown pulled up to her waist, sex exposed. She watched through hooded eyes as he disappeared into the closet, her tummy rolling with anticipation. She wasn't scared per se. She agreed to this, knew this was the way their relationship worked the best, but she was nervous. The sound of the armoire opening and closing met her ears. He was going for a harsher implement. She crossed her toes, hoping it wasn't the cane. She could take the cane, but if he chose to use that, she knew they would be in for the long haul. Movement at the door of the closet had her dropping her eyes once more, but it was only a second before he called her name.
Murphy Louise.
The end of the paddle touched the underside of her chin, tipping her head back so she had no choice but to meet the dark eyes of her husband. I'm sorry, sir.
I know you are, baby. But you asked for help in remembering this step in your nightly routine, and I'm here to give it to you.
Stefano released her chin before taking a step back and pushing his sleeves up to his elbow.
Turn, ass at the edge of the bed, on your knees, head on the bed.
Tears filling her eyes, she did as she was told, making sure her nightgown stayed above her exposed globes. She was already in trouble. There was no reason to add to what she had due. There was no warning, no warm-up, nothing. There never was. He didn't believe in them, but she was always surprised when the first swat landed. This time was no different. The force of the swat had Murphy forcing herself to stay in position, fisting the crumpled sheets beneath her. Sir.
You asked for help on this, did you not?
Stefano didn't slow down his assault on her ass. He simply kept laying the paddle across her bare butt. I did, sir.
I don't like this. I hate being harsh with you, but I'm always going to give you what you need, baby.
Murphy allowed the tears to take over. The attack on her ass pulling her from her head. The fear from the nightmare was washed away with every hiccuping sob the paddle extracted from her. The paddle moved down to her sit spots. Damn it, she hated this. Hated the extra sting the few inches caused. I'm sorry, sir. Please. The implement came down on her ass once more and rested there, the wood holding in the heat of the stroke.
Baby.
Murphy looked over her shoulder at her husband. She knew what he wanted, but it still took a few minutes to force it past her lips. "I'm sorry, Daddy." She saw the thrill in his eyes at the title. He loved it when she called him Daddy, and was requesting it more and more.
Are we going to do better with this?
"Yes, Daddy." The paddle was lifted from her ass a second before she felt him press his cloth-covered erection into her from behind. Stefano's breath warmed the shell of her ear.
I'm going to fuck you for my pleasure. You're not to come. Do you understand me?
"Yes, sir." The hand bouncing off the side of her leg had her quickly correcting herself. "Daddy. Yes, Daddy, I understand." He didn't need anything else. He pulled away from her for only a second before he came back and slipped easily into her core. Murphy hated how wet she was. It was supposed to have been a punishment, and here she was, drenched with her arousal, needing him to take what he wanted from her. The feeling of him moving inside of her was enough to have her clenching around him as a moan fell from her lips. Sex, after taking a punishment, was fucking amazing, even if she wasn't allowed to come. Who was she kidding? Knowing she wasn't permitted to come made it that much more delicious.
You like it, don't you? Me forbidding you from coming, demanding you give me pleasure without getting your own.
Stefano shoved into her roughly, forcing her to her belly.
You love knowing that you don't have a choice, that I'm going to take what I want, whether you're willing to give it or not. Don't you?
"Yes, Daddy." She gasped out her response, and he fisted her hair, pulling her head back as he nipped at her ear. He didn't speak again. He didn't have to. They both knew she wasn't going to disobey him. She knew better. Murphy bit her lip and clenched against the threatening orgasm. Holding her breath, she held still and prayed for him to be close, because God knew she was far too close for comfort.
Don't you dare.
He didn't give her time to answer before he buried himself deep in her nucleus and stilled, emptying his seed inside her.
It will take this time, baby.
"I hope so." Stefano pulled from her center and popped her on the ass once more.
Go get cleaned up. I'll have the bed put back together when you get back.
Crawling from the bed, Murphy moved to the bathroom, allowing his essence to run down her thighs, and shut the door behind her. That was when it all disappeared. The slickness of her thighs, the pain in her ass, the tenderness of her pussy. It all vanished as she prayed for her birth control to hold true.
You look like shit.
With a groan, Murphy pulled another sip of coffee into her mouth before she looked to her best friend. She was gorgeous. She wanted to be able to say she wasn't jealous of how her friend always seemed so put together, or how easy it seemed to be for her. But that would have been a lie. The two of them met at their favorite coffee shop every Thursday morning, and this day was no different. "Thanks. You, on the other hand, look absolutely adorable." "Oh, I know." Fluffing her hair dramatically, Alaska settled into her seat across from Murphy. "I was a little worried. You never miss early morning yoga on Thursdays." "I'm sorry. Last night was rough. I meant to call, and the next thing I know, it was after 6 and class had already started." "Nightmares?" "I forgot to turn on the stupid iPod again." Shaking her head, Murphy continued. "I swear I remember doing it." Alaska's curled lip wasn't in place for long, but Murphy saw it. What? What was that look for? Alaska shook her head, but met the other woman's eyes head-on. Do you want the blunt best friend opinion, or a pat on the hand and an, I'm sorry, maybe you should remember next time? Can't you just complain to me about your decrepit sex life? You mean the fact that I haven't had sex with a real flesh-and-blood man in 8 months, 3 days, and... Alaska looked at her watch and sighed heavily. 13 hours? Yeah, that makes me feel a little bit better. I at least got sex after I woke up in a cold sweat. Was the nightmare a bad one? I mean, it was a nightmare. Are they ever good? Murphy looked at the dark liquid in her mug. The thing is, I never remember them. Not fully, anyway. Bits and pieces stick, but they're always the same parts, and they don't make much sense to me. Is it the accident? I don't think so. It's mostly a face. A vivid face. He yells at me to get away, but there is something that keeps me there. Like I'm afraid to leave him. That's good though, right? You're remembering something from your past. This could mean you're getting your memory back. No, I've always remembered this phase. It's nothing new. I have a suggestion. You're not going to like it, but hear me out. Alaska pushed her mug to the side and leaned in, her face serious in the way only a real best friend could do. Let's look into the accident. I know you have the newspaper clippings and everything, but I mean really look into it. See if it triggers some memories. Silence fell over the table as Murphy's confused look shifted into place. But I know what happened in the accident. It was raining. I hydroplaned and hit a tree. Why are you looking at me like that? Wait. You don't believe me? No, I believe you. I don't believe him. That's not fair. And it's fair that he won't permit you to look into your past? It can cause more damage than good. My doctor said that, not Stefano. But everything I have read says the opposite, Alaska sighed. I'm not sure the doctor is being straight with you. A harsh laugh escaped Murphy. A doctor isn't going to tell you not to do something for shits and giggles. I don't think he is doing that at all. You think he's in my husband's pocket? No. Alaska took a swallow of her coffee before she continued. I'm just saying you've been to a lot of doctors, many who think you could get your memory back. What I don't understand is why your husband settled on one of the few doctors who believes your amnesia is permanent. Shouldn't he be searching for someone who believes they can help you? That's not fair. It's not fair that I, as your best friend, have questions, that I want the best for you? You don't think he does? Murphy held up her hand. No, don't answer that. You've never liked him, so I already know the answer. Now who isn't being fair? How am I supposed to trust your husband? I mean, face it. He fired me as your yoga instructor, what, at least a half dozen times? And you can't act like it is any type of coincidence that he finds a reason to fire me when we really start getting close. He doesn't like to share. You're my only friend, and you're still my yoga instructor. I would say he failed miserably in his attempts. Alaska rolled her eyes. The only reason you're sitting in front of me now is because for some reason you decided I was worth fighting for. If he'd had his way, I would have been long gone by now. So it took him a while to warm up to you. You're a very blunt, opinionated person. It takes some getting used to. You call him giving me a dirty look every time our paths cross, warming up to me? Alaska asked, a skeptical brow moving towards her hairline. He's just looking out for me. He's the only person I have. Oh. The pain the statement caused was clear on Alaska's face, and instantly had Murphy wanting to take back her words. That's not what I meant. I just mean that he worries about me. Murphy shook her head. I was in a horrible car accident, and he nearly lost me. You'll have to forgive him for being a little more protective over me, especially with the way we choose to live our lives. I am, his little girl. You can't even call yourself that without cringing. Alaska sighed heavily. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to attack Stefano. I just don't think this floating face you keep dreaming about makes sense. So I made a suggestion. If it has nothing to do with your trauma, why do you keep having nightmares about it? We know your aversion to silence is due to the accident. It only makes sense that this face would be too. Trauma never makes sense. For all we know, this face could have been someone I knew in high school. Murphy reached across the table. The brain is a complicated organ. Scientists are still baffled by it a lot of the time. I know. Alaska's voice was heavy with defeat. I worry about you, and I'm trying really hard not to be selfish here. What do you mean? If I help you get your memory back, or try to help you, then I'm not that selfish best friend who's worried you're going to find your old BFF and leave me forever. A wadded-up paper flew across the table and hit Alaska in the face. Did you just throw your used napkin at me? Damn right. What the hell? You're my best friend. That's it. There is no other. So shut your fucking face. Fine, but I want the record to show that I tried. Trust me, it is a well-noted conversation. Fine. Alaska looked at her watch. Your car won't be here for another 30 minutes. What else don't I know about? A sly smile tipped the corner of Murphy's lips. We're going to the club tonight. Really? Are you going to be allowed to come this time? Murphy's mouth dropped open. That's a low blow. No, it's not. I just know your relationship way too well. Besides, my B.O.B. can't tell me no. Besides, in theory, it sounds really hot, so I have to live vicariously through you. It's plastic. It does as you direct it to. And that is why I'm going to take all the low blows I can. Pointing out that my orgasm chaser is fake is just mean. Orgasm chaser? You've never heard anyone call a dildo that? I can't say I have. Murphy shifted in her seat and winced. Then again, I can't remember to turn on a damn iPod that helps to keep the fucking nightmares at bay. Alaska rolled her eyes. What was that? What was what? You suck at the whole innocent thing. Murphy pointed a finger in her friend's face. Why did you roll your eyes? I'll have you know that I'm perfectly innocent. And I have the memory of an elephant. So, now we are both liars. Both girls erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of a few people in the room. We both suck at lying. Alaska threw her head back in laughter. Which is why you're going to tell me what the eye roll was all about. Fine. Alaska took a drink of her coffee and allowed her blissful moan to escape her chest before her face grew serious. Do you honestly remember turning it on last night? I mean, I think so. I do it every night, right after I brush my teeth. Wash my face, brush my teeth, turn on the iPod on the way to the closet for my pajamas. It's the same every night. Then again, I forgot last week too, so it isn't like it's the first time. Did he punish you for it the first time? Yes. Not as harshly as last night, but he did. And he punished you this time as well. Yes. Murphy looked around the room as she felt the heat creep into her face. Maybe we should talk about this somewhere else. Where? We don't talk about this stuff when we're at your house, and he won't let you come to mine. Your house, the coffee shop, and the studio. That's all we've got. Do you want to wait and talk at the next class? I'm sure the bitch, Cindy Lou, would love to hear about how your husband spanks your ass when you break the rules. She looked around. The closest person to us is 2 tables away. and they have headphones in. No one is going to overhear our conversation, but if you're uncomfortable with it, we'll stop talking." No, they didn't notice my wince when I shifted in my seat and was reminded of the tender spots. Besides, you still haven't told me what that look was all about. The tender spots that bad? The paddle always leaves a tenderness or two, fingerprint-sized bruises, and I actually love them, as crazy as that sounds. Wait, stop changing the subject. You're not going to like it. Since when have you started censoring yourself? I'm not, Alaska looked to the table for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and catching Murphy's eyes. "I don't think you forgot to turn it on." Silence. Murphy didn't say a word. She couldn't. If she was being perfectly honest, Alaska had just given the tiny voice in the back of her head a voice. But it was still a hard pill to swallow. "Murphy?" The unease in Alaska's voice had her offering up a small smile. That thought crossed my mind. Thank God. I was really worried you were going to be super mad and offended that I would even suggest it. I mean, I'm not happy about it. I could ignore the thought before you gave it a voice. But now, I really have no choice but to consider it. Do you think he would do that? Create a reason for him to punish you? Oh, yeah. Murphy threw back the last of her coffee as if it were a shot, welcoming the slight burn as the hot liquid went down her throat. He's created a reason to punish me before, but this time is different. How so? If this is what happened, then in creating a reason to punish me also put me in a place of fear and unease. He set me up to have a nightmare. Now wait, we don't know that he did this for sure. You're going to stick up for him now. Murphy shook her head. I'm just saying we don't know for sure. It's entirely possible that you forgot. And entirely possible that he turned it off. What reason would he have to do that? With the way your dynamic works, he doesn't have to have a reason to spank you, does he? No, he can order me to my knees at any time. We live the dynamic 24/7. Okay then, let's take a step back. Alaska reached across the table and took her hand. He can spank you whenever he sees fit, so why would he need to create a reason? More fun, different headspace for me. Role play for him. But do you honestly think he would put your mental health at risk? The fact that she had to pause and think about it had Murphy feeling guilty as hell. No, I don't think he would. Then there you have it. You forgot, and if the way you're sitting today is any indication, you should make sure you do it from now on. Yeah, I'm in no hurry to repeat that. Are we good? We're always good. Thank God. Now, are you going to tell me about your trip to the club tonight? Are you excited? What's it like? Take me with you. You realize you could get your own membership, right? I can't talk myself into going there by myself. Alaska picked at her nails. I'm not even sure I can talk myself into going with someone. Need a dom to drag you in, kicking and screaming? More likely by the leash attached to my collar. Murphy paused, a slight smile playing on her lips. What? I'm just picturing you with a collar and leash. The collar, I can totally see. The leash, I'm not sure. It's one of those things I'd balk at, but the thought alone makes me hot as hell. Alaska chewed on her lip. I'd still fight and make them earn every fucking step. I'd pay good money to see that. Chapter 2. Are you ready? Murphy spun around to face the closet door. Am I ready? No, she wasn't ready. She was never ready for this type of night. never ready to expose herself to the eyes of every person in the club, both man and woman, never ready to bear the scars that marked her body. He always said no one could see them from the distance, but she never was totally convinced.
Yes, baby. Are you ready?
Giving herself a shake, Murphy looked back to the mirror and adjusted the bodice of her dress one last time. Yeah, I think I am. A growl sounded from the door, and she only got turned slightly before a fist was in her hair and her head was tipped back.
Is that how you answer me?
No, Daddy. Stefano's growl was a little kinder when he spoke again.
At least you're a fast learner. Now, correctly answer my question.
Yes, Daddy. I think I'm ready. Nodding his head, he patted her ass and stepped away.
Meet me down in the garage in a few minutes. I don't want to be late.
Murphy didn't mention it was a club and there was no set time to be there. Simply nodded her head and turned back to the mirror, her belly rolling. They had only been to the club a few times, but she loved it. Something about it was freeing and put her rampant mind at ease. That night was the first night the ugly, angry red scar that ran down the center of her chest was going to be visible, and she was fighting a panic attack.
Murphy Louise?
I'm not sure I can do this. Her small admission was spoken too softly for the man at the bottom of the steps to hear, but it was enough acknowledgement for her to find the strength to stiffen her spine and stomp down her panic enough to get her out of the closet, placing one foot in front of the other. Baby steps. The pain in her chest was excruciating and had her groaning out loud.
Baby.
Murphy didn't bother opening her eyes. The light piercing her lids was enough. She didn't need to make it worse. What happened? The hushed voices started up with her question, but a voice called out over the rest of them.
There was an accident, baby. You were hurt pretty bad. They had to do surgery to repair your heart.
My heart?
Yes.
Her hand was picked up by the man whom she couldn't bring herself to look at.
There was some damage, extensive damage, and it needed to be fixed.
It hurts.
I know, baby. It will get better, I promise, Murphy.
What? Murphy?
Yes, baby, that's your name.
She shifted in the bed the slightest bit, the movement awakening the aches in her body. Why don't I remember my own name?
You don't?
If she'd been in her right mind, she may have had some questions, but all that was running through her head was the next thought that fell out of her mouth. I'm a girl, right? Laughter filled the room, but warm lips pressed against her cheek.
Yes, baby, you're a girl.
Thank God. The thought of learning how to stand to pee was too much.
Murphy, that's no way to talk.
Murphy's toes sunk into the plush carpet of the entryway to the club as she was pulled from her memory with a tug of her hand. She didn't remember taking off her shoes, but she knew it was the first step Stefano took in getting her into her submissive mindset. No shoes were ever allowed by him.
Who do you belong to?
The question was the next step in the mindset. You, Daddy. Even in a setting where his required title was considered normal, it was still hard for her to get it past the lump in her throat. Who was she kidding? Coming to the club always made her submission that much harder. It was like being in public gave her the balls to question it all. Why did they do things this way? Why did she give in to him so easily? Doing things his way while in the privacy of his home was one thing, but while they were at the club, surrounded by others, it was different. However, she'd learned the hard way not to push him over his title when in the view of others. He didn't abuse her. No, he wasn't that kind of man. Punish her, yes, And when she earned it in front of others, he wasn't exactly gentle.
Good girl.
Stefano's hand intertwined with hers as he pulled her into the main club.
If you keep it up, I'll make sure you're rewarded.
They made their way through the club, stopping to say hi to the people they knew along the way. Murphy played her role well. It wasn't hard. She loved being there. The smell, sights, and sounds that came with it all added to the headspace she loved and craved so much. Because it's the closest she'd ever be to remembering the before. Shaking the sad thought from her head, she looked to the man at her side. God, she was so fucking lucky. He stood by her side while she was in a coma, fought for her when they were sure she wasn't going to make it, and hired the necessary nurses and caretakers when she finally woke up. He was her savior, and she thanked God every day for him. The sound machine popped into her head for a second, but she quickly pushed it away. Now was not the time to bring up the woes of the night before. Stopping in the middle of the room, she tugged on his hand and pulled him to a stop. I need to tell you something, Daddy. Stefano turned to her, the concern on his face clear as day.
What's wrong, baby?
Nothing's wrong. I wanted to say thank you. She smiled up at him for a few seconds before his silence and slightly arched brow had her breaking eye contact.
That's what you stopped me for in the middle of the club?
Well, yeah. I was thinking and it popped into my head. I just needed to say it. Stefano rubbed his forehead.
That's not why we're here, baby. We come to the club to get you, hell, even me, out of our heads. This is where we come to clear our minds and forget all the heartaches we've endured.
I've already forgotten most of them. She knew the words were a mistake the second they fell from her mouth.
Murphy Louise.
The growl of her name had her eyes moving to look at the tips of her toes.
Was that a hint of you putting yourself down for the disability you were dealt?
She swallowed down her own growl. She hated when he called her amnesia a disability, even if it did meet the qualifications to be just that. She refused to see it that way. It was a temporary setback at best, and she refused to see it as anything but. It's not a disability.
Murphy?
She didn't give his warning tone a single thought. She simply continued on her practiced and frequently used speech. This is not a disability. It's a roadblock. Temporary.
The doctor said.
One doctor. Murphy took a step away from her husband. One doctor said it was permanent. Yet for some reason, you decided he was the best one for me. I remember seeing 4, and yet that's the one you insist I see and keep. Why?
Enough.
She knew he was telling her to stop talking, telling her to bite her tongue before she landed herself in some real trouble. Or more than she was already in, but it was too late. It's not enough. I've read, done research, looked into other cases. Other people have gotten their memories back. There are ways to promote it. Ways to help along the memories. Bring them to the forefront of my mind. You just have to let me do them. Let me see another damn doctor.
I said no.
His eerily calm voice warned her of his temper. But she didn't regret her choice to speak out. She hadn't yelled, hadn't sworn at him, didn't raise her voice that much. No, she was too smart to have crossed those lines. But she towed every line there was. A part of her regretted that she'd chosen to do this in the company of all the others at the club. But a much bigger part of herself knew it was the only way. She'd attempted to talk to him at home 100 times, and he'd always cut her off long before he did this time. Yeah, she was in trouble, but he couldn't simply walk away from her. Here, he had no choice but to listen to what she said. When his brow moved towards his hairline, Murphy felt the familiar pull to drop her eyes, but she held strong. She needed him to finally get it, to know once and for all that this was what she wanted, needed, and she was going to get it with or without him. The fist that tangled in her hair didn't surprise her, but the words he whispered in her ear did.
I made your memories, and I will not have you fucking them all up.
Stefano pulled her to the seating area nearest them and used his grip on her hair to force her to her knees next to an empty chair.
You'll sit here in silence until you can remember how to behave, and I can control my temper. You know better than this, Murphy.
Then he walked away. It didn't take long for the tingle to settle into her feet and the need to shift to take over. But she held still. She'd earned this punishment, and she would be damned if she wasn't going to take it. One of the men that worked for her husband walked up to her and knelt before her a few minutes later.
I see the princess has earned herself the displeasure of her king.
Murphy didn't dare meet his eyes. He's played this game with her before. Taunt her until she breaks position in the smallest of ways, and then he runs to her husband claiming disrespect. No, she knew this game far too well.
Leave her be, asshole.
A smack landed to the back of the man's head as someone walked by. The voice tickled the dark corners of her brain, and Murphy had to fight the urge to look.
You can't expect me to just ignore the pretty little princess. She was put on display for a reason, after all. Don't touch.
The man growled as he took a seat on the sofa, as far from her line of sight as he could be, and still be sitting on the couch. Squeezing her eyes shut, Murphy pulled herself from the slippery slope as the need to see the face of the man who stuck up for her. Movement to her right had her straightening the slightest bit as Stefano settled into the chair next to her and started up a conversation with the man who'd knelt in front of her. Not sparing you the slightest bit of attention, is he? Closing her eyes, Murphy cursed the voice in her head. It was her worst enemy a lot of the time. She didn't know what it was, but she had this nagging feeling that she was being watched. Not creepily or anything, but like she needed to open her eyes in order to see who it was.
Murphy, am I boring you with all of this, or did you simply forget how I require you to sit when we're here?
Stefano's tone gave away how angry he was. I'm sorry, sir. She didn't get to go any further. Her hair was fisted roughly, and her head jerked back.
You do not call me that here. What do you call me?
Daddy. I call you Daddy.
Why is that so fucking hard for you?
Stefano released her head with a small shove, sending her falling from her knees to her ass. She didn't move. She knew better than to do that. She simply settled on her ass, tipped her head forward, and searched the room through her hair.
Can you reserve us one of the spanking benches?
Stefano's voice carried well enough that Murphy knew he'd wanted not only her to hear what he was saying, but the rest of the people within reasonable earshot as well. He wanted her to know she was going to be punished for her infractions. He loved including any extra element of embarrassment he could incorporate with the punishment. She would never tell him, but on a certain level, she craved this. The thought of exposing her sex to the room as she straddled the padded bench, her opinion on the matter not taken into consideration, always had her clenching.
Sounds like we're going to get a show tonight,
the man who'd made eye contact with her said as he leered at her.
I do love it when he shares his treasure with us. Up. Stefano's harsh tone had her head snapping up a second before she was grabbed by her upper arm and pulled to her feet. Look around, baby. Look at all the people who will see you being punished. Murphy's core clenched, even as the idea of refusal popped into her head. She wanted to do anything but she knew it wasn't a suggestion. It was the way he always did it, because he knew she was torn. She loved being watched, loved the thought of other people's eyes on her. But knowing exactly how many eyes were on her always fucked with her head. Head games are his favorite. Her belly rolling, Murphy did as she was told and looked around the room. Most people weren't paying any attention to her, lost in their own scenes for the night. Others were purposefully avoiding her eyes, not liking the game Stefano was playing. Lastly, there were the ones that met her eyes and held her stare as she scanned the room. That group was split between two types of people: the ones who openly enjoyed seeing her discomfort, and the people who didn't agree with the way her husband was doing things. The latter gave her a little nod of their head in support and understanding, while the former gave her an ogling smile or disappointed look. She hated this part of his process. Look at all those people who are just waiting to see what happens to disobedient little girls. Curling her toes into the floor beneath her feet, she let her eyes drop as she forced herself to keep her mouth shut when he used the pet name she hated. She wasn't a little girl. No matter how much he tried to force her into that role, it wasn't who she was. Taking a deep breath, she looked back to her husband. She loved him, but at this point, she wanted to do anything but submit to him. As Murphy opened her mouth, movement over Seth's shoulder caught her eye and she froze. About 30 feet away stood a man, and her breath caught in her throat. She knew him. She knew it without question, and she was pretty sure she knew him as more than a simple acquaintance. The tattoos that peeked out from under the sleeve of his tee called to something in the back of her head. The need to follow the swirls of ink to his chest and trace the word she instinctively knew was there had her hand moving before she realized what she was doing. Murphy. She heard Stefano say her name, but nothing else registered as she looked into the other man's eyes. Bright, almost burning green looked back at her, and somehow she knew that shock had made them the slightest bit brighter. Are you even listening to me? The grasp around her arm tightened the slightest bit, and she drug her eyes back to her husband. The anger she saw hitting her square in the chest. Stefano, I don't want to hear any of your excuses. You knew you were already owed a punishment, and you chose to ignore me and my questions? Do you really think that's the best course of action here, baby? The decision to use one of his pet names for her was an afterthought on his part, a last-minute attempt to soften the almost harsh words. I saw someone. Really? A scene caught your attention, so you get to disregard your husband. Stefano didn't give her another chance to explain. He simply pulled her from the seating area and over to one of the side stages. The spanking bench she'd requested open and waiting for them. I wasn't ignoring you on purpose, Daddy, I swear. As they stepped up to the side of the bench, he paused and pulled her into his arms. I know you didn't mean to get distracted, but while we're here in this club, where I am solely responsible for keeping you safe, I have to have your attention at all times. I need to know you're not going to get distracted and wander off, little one. Just as she thought he was understanding, he took the opportunity to treat her like the little girl he liked to call her. I'm not a child, Stefano. No, you most certainly are not. But you're absolutely A disrespectful submissive who needs to be reminded of the rules.
Red was on the tip of Murphy's tongue as he moved her to the bench and easily lifted her over it. It was right there, screaming at her to say it, but she bit it back. There wasn't a real reason to use it. He wasn't doing anything they hadn't done 100 times before. This was a scene she enjoyed. Besides, Stefano was her husband. There was no need for a safe word with him. They didn't have one for that very reason. There was no such thing between a husband and a wife. The feel of the cool leather clinching around her thigh pulled her from her head. I don't like this.
And I don't remember asking if you liked the punishment I chose for you.
Squeezing her eyes shut, Murphy rested her head on the padded black leather of the bench. He was right. She knew the rules, knew what he expected of her when they were in the presence of other people in the lifestyle. She knew his expectations, and she chose to break those rules. Chose to push her boundaries, so now it was time to deal with the consequences.
Chapter 3. Cross's heart stopped in his chest. It was her. Sure, her hair was different, and she was skinnier than she used to be, hips protruding out a little more. But there was absolutely no denying it was her. She was fucking gorgeous. He didn't hate the way she wore her hair now, the locks cascading down her back. But the edgier, harsher, shoulder-length cut she used to have was definitely more like the Murphy he knew and loved. Honestly, as long as he could tangle his fingers into her hair, he didn't give a shit how she wore it. She's dead. His stomach twisted into a knot as the need to look away came over him. But he didn't dare. If he did, he knew when he turned back, her face would be gone, replaced with the woman who looked somewhat like her. It had happened all the times before. He knew this would be no different now. Walking down the street, he'd sworn he'd seen her more than once, only to be disappointed every time he approached. Turned on the radio, and been struck by the sound of her voice, only to realize it was another trick his mind was playing on him. His head was a cruel place sometimes. She's dead. It was confirmed. The car went up in smoke. There was nothing that could have been done. Cross? The woman he was set to scene with tonight flounced up to him and stepped between him and Murphy. His heart seized in his chest. When he looked back at the woman, his woman, she was going to be gone. Babe, I need to check on something. Just... He reached out to touch her, but stopped short. He couldn't trust himself to be the gentleman she deserved. Turning from her, he looked to one of his brothers. Stay with her. I'll be right back, I promise. Cross, did I do something wrong? The woman in front of him let her eyes fall to the floor at his feet. No, you did nothing wrong. I just saw something that messed with my head. And now I have to go convince myself that I was seeing things. He tipped her chin back. I promise. This has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with my own headspace. I understand, sir. He didn't have time to comfort her further. Cross needed to get his head on straight before he engaged with any sub. He was not about to endanger anyone with his current headspace, which would be exactly what he was doing if he were to scene right then. Looking back to the seating area, his eyes collided with hers, and he had to fight to keep himself standing. Her gold-flecked brown eyes were staring back at him. It was her. Never had his mind been able to conjure up those eyes. The curiosity, the spirit, the knowledge. It had to be her. But there was something else in those eyes. Fear. I'll be right back. Cutting through the crowd of people who all seemed to have descended on the place at once, Cross made his way to the seating area where he'd seen her. Stepping around another person, he watched as the man she was with roughly took hold of her arm. his fingers digging in enough to cause her to gasp and flinch away. Fists clenched at his side, Cross took a menacing step closer, only for his own wrist to be caught. "Easy, man," one of the dungeon monitors urged. "She has her safe word and the club word. She is surrounded by people who can and will help her if she says she needs it. But she hasn't." Nodding his head, Cross tuned back to the scene before him. "Has she ever?" "Never on the nights that I've been monitor. But from what I understand, the two of them have only been here a few times. Trust me, we all feel the same about her." Cross doubted that very much, but he didn't have time to explain that to the man before he strode away, and the conversation between the couple pulled him back in. "You were already owed a punishment, and you chose to ignore me and my questions. Do you really think that's the best course of action here, baby?"
"I saw someone."
For the second time that night, his heart stopped. It was her. She'd seen him. God, if she would just look over at him once more. He needed to see her eyes again to really know. Really? A scene caught your attention, so you get to disregard your husband? The man who called himself her husband didn't give her another chance to explain before he was pulling her through the crowd and away from him.
"I wasn't ignoring you on purpose, Daddy. I swear."
The title sounded like it tasted bitter on her tongue, but all of her protests died when the two of them stepped up to the spanking bench. Cross watched as the woman he loved was pulled into the chest of another man, and whispered words were exchanged between the two of them. He watched as she relaxed onto his hold, her forehead resting on his shoulder, only for her to stiffen once more and pull away, her glare clear as the gold flecks in her eyes sparked.
"I'm not a child."
"No, you most certainly are not. But you're absolutely a disrespectful submissive who needs to be reminded of the rules." Cross saw her struggle from across the room. Instead of the slightly subdued woman one would expect when a submissive was face to face with a punishment, fire rose in her eyes. At the sight of it, pride nearly overwhelmed him. That was the woman he knew, unwilling to give up a fight when she was in the right. However, the fight didn't last long. He watched as she visibly swallowed down the safe word that had previously been dancing on the tip of her tongue, as the man she was with easily lifted her onto the bench, laying on her belly against the dark leather.
I don't like this,"
the woman all but growled as she squeezed her eyes shut. "And I don't remember asking if you liked the punishment I chose for you," the man said, without pausing to give her the slightest glance. "Say it, Kiwi. Please, just say the word," Cross mumbled. "Whisper it for all I fucking care. Just give me a reason to step in." "Kiwi is a new one." Cross spared the slightest glance to the man standing beside him before turning back to the scene. Leather straps were circling her wrists, and the man was working on tying her ankles down. "It's a name I only use for one person." "You know her?" Cross looked to the face of the woman now secured to the bench. "I'm not sure." "What the hell does that mean?" With a sigh, he gave his brother his full attention. "I don't know, man. I thought she was dead. I was told she was dead. But I still searched for her. For years, despite being told there was no point." "Why the fuck would you search for a dead woman?" "Presumed dead." He ran his finger through his hair. "A body was never found because the wreck and resulting fire were so bad." "I'm sorry, man." A heavy hand landed on Cross's shoulder. "If it's been that long, it's probable they're probably not wrong about her death. It's not her." A cry of pain from the bench had Cross moving before he thought better of it. He knew that sound. Knew it was her. The need to save her at that very moment was so overwhelming that any logical thought was forced from his head. He was going to save her. He got 3 steps before he was shoved from the side. "What the fuck?"
"What the fuck? Really?"
Tink roared as quietly as a man could. He shoved him again, giving Cross no choice but to keep moving across the room. Stop. I'm going to fucking lose her. I can't do that again. Crossland! Tink pushed him against a wall, the look on his face, that of a concerned friend. Who are you going to lose? His back against a wall, Cross blindly started pushing back, not seeing the face of his best friend who stood in front of him. All he saw was an obstacle, something standing between him and his girl. I won't lose her again. Fuck. He was roughly pulled from the wall and moved down the hall. He knew where they were going. Knew Prez wasn't going to like it, but he could do nothing to stop himself from throwing punches as he moved. The first one landed and hit Tink in the side of the face. He took it with a grunt, but didn't stop his forward motion. When he swung again, his fist was caught and pulled out as his other arm was treated the same way by men he hadn't realized had joined them. With his arms caught, he was turned and marched the rest of the way down the hall, still seething, as he was unceremoniously shoved into the office. Furious, Cross righted a stumble and turned back to the men. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. Pulling out the big boy words now? Tink taunted. His arms crossed over his chest, a provoking look on his face. They were safely in the soundproofed office, so there was no worry of them being heard or of causing a scene. I lost her. You lost her years ago. What you saw out there was your fucked up head messing with you. She's dead. Red filled Cross's vision as he stalked his best friend. The fucker had provoked him. They both knew it. But it didn't matter. A fight was what Cross needed, so a fight was what he was going to get. You already got your free swing in, Tink warned, as he signaled for the other men to stand down and dodged a fist aimed for his face. Didn't need that freebie, and I sure as hell don't need another. Okay. Cross ran shoulder first into Tink's gut, forcing him back a few steps before they collided with a wall. It was a short-lived victory, as a fist landed in his ribs. Fuck! In a few seconds, the two of them were on the floor, both fighting for the upper hand. When Cross gained it, he let his fists fly. Straddling the other man's waist, he threw punches blindly. Most missed, connecting with the plush carpet instead. But that didn't matter, because even hitting the floor gave him the physical pain he needed to mask the turmoil inside of him. The ones that made contact had warmth spreading across his knuckles. Blood. His or Tink's. It didn't really matter. The realization was enough of a distraction that Tink was able to shift his weight and throw Cross to the ground. A couple punches landed in his ribs before he was effectively pinned to the ground with the help of the other men in the room. One on each arm, and Tink on his torso. He was fucking stuck. Fuck you, Tink. Fuck all of you. Cross seethed as he bucked his hips and kicked his legs in an effort to gain some traction. Still only using single-syllable words. Maybe I should let him take a few more swings at your hard head, Penn stated from his place behind the desk. Fuck you, Penn. You may be the president of the club now, but you started the same place all of us did. Only difference is, I took a job none of you wanted, Penn shot back, daring any man in the room to disagree with him. Deflated, Cross let the fight flow from his body. You done now? Tink swiped at the corner of his mouth with the side of his thumb, smearing the crimson blood. Yeah? You going to tell me what had you in the mood for such a beating? You could have stopped me a swing or two in, but you let me keep going. Fuck you. No thanks. Not my cup of tea. And besides, no matter the position, my ribs would be screaming. Tink growled. Deserved every shot I landed. And then some, I'm sure. Cross agreed. Are the two of you done? Penn asked, exasperation clear in his voice. Yeah, Cross answered, as Tink helped him off the ground. His ribs screamed at him as he walked over to the built-in bar and took a seat. The door opened, and a white-faced pug walked into the room. The big man actually looked like he was going to be sick. Pug? Penn asked, as he took a step toward the other man. I'm fine. Pug shook his head before turning to the man seated on the bar stool. Cross, Cross's stomach dropped to his toes. It had only been a few seconds, but he'd let the emotion of seeing her again cloud his judgment. And for that short amount of time, he'd done the one thing he swore he would never do. He'd forgotten. You saw her too? I did. Pug swallowed hard. I mean, it looked just like her. Hell, I even think it sounded like her. Cross felt the mixture of excitement and fear fill his chest. He'd been praying for this for years, and now that it was finally here, he was terrified. Care to share with the rest of us? Penn questioned, as he moved behind the bar and poured each man a couple fingers of scotch. I saw her. Looking to the other man, Cross corrected himself. We saw her. Who? Tink questioned, the look in his eyes giving away the fact that he already had his suspicions. Kiwi, Pug announced, as he tipped the amber-colored liquid down his throat. The room went eerily silent. She's gone, Cross. Tink took a step towards him, but stopped short. No, we saw her, Cross growled, as he stood from the stool, the quickness of his movement sending the furniture flying. Snapping his fingers, he spoke again. She recognized me. How do you know? Penn asked, before going right into the next question. Did you approach her? No. Shaking his head, Cross amended his answer. I mean, not at first. I just watched. Then she saw me, and told the man she was with that she recognized someone. She recognized me. She was with someone? Tink looked to their president, but Penn just shook his head. Yeah, she was definitely with someone, Pug mumbled. If his dick sliding into her cunt was any indication, then she was absolutely with him. Cross lunged at the man, but he was stopped with a hand to his chest. Pug was a mountain of a man, and easily held him at bay. Fuck you, Pug. I will fucking kick your ass. Arm still stretched out in front of him, Pug let his face show his remorse. I'm sorry, Cross. It was a shit thing to say. You're damn right it was. Cross turned, shoving his fingers through his hair. You're sure it was her, Pug? Penn asked, pouring himself another drink. I mean, I didn't go up to her and ask, but she looked a lot like Kiwi. Pug scratched his beard. I know she's dead, but this fucking woman looked just like her. Then she spoke, and it sounded just like her. I guess I could be mistaken. Well, I wasn't fucking mistaken, Cross roared, turning his heated look on his president and longtime friend. It was her. Crossland. Tink's voice was quiet, but the warning was clear. Don't call me that, Cross seethed. You're not listening. I saw her. Here, in the club. She's here. That doesn't make any sense. Tink shook his head. Neither did anything that happened in the last 2 years, but here we are. Cross couldn't contain himself any longer, and started pacing the room. You're sure it was her? Penn asked, as he rounded the desk and settled into his desk chair. How many times do I have to confirm this for you? I'm telling you, I saw her. Cross stopped and looked his president in the eye. More importantly, she saw me. You'll have to excuse my skepticism. For the last 2 years, we've believed this woman to be dead. And for the last 2 years, you've had sightings of her. Because of those sightings, we've searched high and low for her with no results. Penn steepled his fingers. It's been 2 years, man, and there hasn't been a single thing leading us to believe she survived that crash or the fire afterward. But this time, I'm not the only one who's seen her. Cross turned to Pug. He has no reason to be imagining my dead lover. Pug didn't even get to open his mouth before all eyes turned on him. I swear to God, if you say anything that is going to make him want to kill you, I'm not stopping him. Exasperation was clear in Tink's voice. Cross ignored them all. This isn't my eyes playing tricks on me, or my head fucking with me. I fucking saw her. Our eyes met. I saw her face light with recognition. She looked right at me. Okay. Penn held up a hand to keep the argument from continuing. You saw her, but that still doesn't mean anything. Look, I'm not trying to be harsh here, but she isn't here. She isn't by your side. She was with another man, and if she was here, then she clearly came here with him, and has the intent of going home with him. Cross's teeth clenched as his heart twisted in his chest. They were right. She'd chosen this. Chose to turn into the arms of the other man. Chose to scene in the room full of people. In front of him. With the man who had brought her. That should have been enough for him to walk away and never think of her again. But he couldn't. A nagging voice in the back of his head wouldn't let him let it go. Looking to his president, Cross laid it all out on the table. Do you at least believe she was here? The expression in Penn's eyes gave away his answer before the words left his mouth. I believe you wanted her to be here. He held up his hand when Cross opened his mouth to argue. I'm not saying it isn't possible, but there are so many variables that would have to be explained. What happened to her after the accident? Where has she been all this time? How have all of our searches come up empty-handed if she's been right under our noses all this time? There are ways to hide a person, Cross shot back. Stockholm Syndrome is a very real thing. Fine, let's say they've hidden her away all this time. Why bring her out now? Penn met Cross's eyes dead on. Hell, have they even hidden her away? Don't say it, Cross growled, his hands landing on the desk so he could lean on it and allow his head to fall forward with defeat as he closed his eyes. Don't fucking say it. She could have run, Penn's words echoed through the silence of the room. We assumed she was taken. We never actually knew it as a fact. Hell, didn't the two of you get into it that night? We didn't get into it. Cross took a deep breath as he straightened to look his brothers in the eye. I lit her ass on fire, but we didn't get into it. Man, Tink didn't get any further before Cross cut him off. No, I came to you guys looking for help. Came to us? Penn's eyebrow moved towards his hairline. Fine. Cross sat heavily in the chair, positioned in front of the desk. But I'm here now, asking my brothers for help. You don't believe it's her? Fine. I'll do it myself. I just need to know if you're in or not. And if you're out, that you'll stay out of the way. You know we're in. Penn leaned back in his chair. I sure as hell hope you have a plan, because I have no idea how you think we're going to do this, or where we're looking. I've got a starting point, but that's about it. Cross ran his tattooed hand through his hair. You're in luck. Turns out the beginning is exactly where we need to start.
Chapter 4. He knows. That's all you're going to give me? 2 words? The deep, gravelly voice on the other end of the line growled. Considering we only contact each other concerning one thing, I figured that was all that was needed. With a harsh laugh, he responded, I know, I was there. I saw it all. Does she know who he was to her? I don't know. With the tip of his head, he cracked his neck. Is there a reason you're freaking out? This was the plan. We waited until we were ready, and we're ready now. Damn, this is the whole reason we did this. We needed time. They're going to be pissed. I know, but we decided years ago that anger was better than the alternative. With a deep sigh, he pushed forward. It's going as planned. We just have to stick with it. And when it all comes to a head, the world will be a better place.
Chapter 5. Why are you flinching every time you put pressure on your ass? Murphy looked at her yoga instructor. I'm not comfortable answering that question. The shock on the other woman's face registered a second before she reached over and shoved Murphy to the ground. Murphy Louise, I swear to God, I'm your best friend, and if you don't spill, I'm going to have to assume the worst. You wouldn't dare. Alaska just smiled as she slipped into the child's pose. I'll have no choice but to call an ambulance because the only logical explanation to my very vanilla mind is that you fell yesterday and landed funny on your tailbone. As a result, you clearly need an ambulance. Then you'll have no choice but to tell me and the EMTs what really happened. You know, before you show them your bruised ass. But you know we went to the club last night. Mouth hanging open, she looked to her friend. You fight dirty. And you withhold all the juicy information. Now spill. I'm not sure it's all that juicy. Sitting cross-legged on her yoga mat, Murphy looked to her friend and waited for her full attention. Last night was different. Did he ignore your safe phrase? What? No. We were in the club. If he would have done that, we would have had a monitor on us in less than 30 seconds. And it's a safe word. Excuse me for not being all up to date on the lingo of your kinkery. Alaska stuck her tongue out playfully. What was off then? It's silly, but I think I recognized someone. Really? Yeah. God, I love you. Okay. Alaska looked to her quizzically. You're the only person I have to tell about a possible memory who's actually excited for me. So, who was it? Murphy smiled sadly, happy that the other woman was willing to move on without dwelling on the sad fact for too long. I have no idea. But it felt like I knew him, like a part of me was calling out for him to save me. Save you? That was the wrong choice of words. No, it wasn't. If it was what you felt, they were the perfect choice of words. Alaska didn't give her a chance to answer. Did you talk to him? No. I told Stefano, and he drugged me off to the spanking bench. He punished you for recognizing someone? No. Hell, I'm not even sure I told him I'd recognized someone. I think I said I saw something. Quit making excuses for the man. He can't fucking punish you for that. A blush spread across Murphy's cheeks. He didn't. I told you, last night was just different. Fine. Then tell me what was so different about it. I guess my head wasn't in the game and it just felt wrong. Because you saw that guy? Alaska leaned closer. No. I had easily earned my punishment before that. I hate when he insists that I use the title Daddy. It pulls me from the scene and it just doesn't work for the relationship we have. The curious look on the other woman's face had her continuing. Daddy implies that he takes care of me, more so than a typical husband would, and I just don't think that's the case for us. And you want it. I don't think I want to use the title at all, but more so, he hasn't earned it. It was like he put on a lab coat and expected to be called a doctor. I hate it, and other than not feeling like he's earned it, I don't have a good reason for not liking it. You don't need one. Alaska shrugged her shoulders at Murphy's eye roll. You know I'm right. If something doesn't feel right to you, you don't need to validate your feelings to him, or anyone for that matter. You should have used your safe word. It's not that simple. Murphy let her head fall into her hands. She knew this was a conversation that wasn't going to go her way. What do you mean? I thought the safe word stopped everything, that all you had to do was say it and everything stopped. That's exactly what a safe word is. Then what was the problem? For starters, we don't have one. What? Alaska's mouth hung open, her eyes wide. You don't have one? No. Something akin to guilt clawed at the back of Murphy's throat. There was a pause before Alaska finally found her voice, and she took a calming breath that did little to no good if the raging fire in her eyes were anything to go by. I know I'm new to this whole thing, but I'm pretty sure that is the stupidest fucking thing I have ever heard. You need a motherfucking safe word. Standing up, she curled her toes into the foam of her mat, a dead giveaway of just how pissed off she was. You have to keep your voice down. Murphy looked to the hall that led to her husband's study. She knew it was soundproof, and there was a very slim chance he would hear any of this. But she didn't want to take the chance. Keep my voice down? That's what you're worried about? Recognition dawned, and in an instant, Alaska was crouched at Murphy's side. Does this club that you rave about have a club safe word? Of course. What is it? What is the club safe word? Alaska's annoyance was clear in her voice. What is it? They use the light system. Green is good, yellow slow down, and red is full stop. Then why the fuck didn't you use it? I didn't need to. Bullshit. Alaska Jane, what the hell has gotten into you? Murphy looked to the beautiful woman still hunched down next to her. You know if he hears you swearing like this, he's not going to like it. Because his little girl doesn't need to hear those words? Fuck that. You hate when he calls you that. You've made it known on more than one occasion, but he still uses it. Hell, he gaslights you into thinking you like it, makes you think you're being difficult, and you go back to being the meek wife he likes, until you get the courage to bring it up again, and then the cycle starts all over again. That's not fair. It isn't? Is it not what happens? Murphy pressed her lips together. Scared if she opened her mouth, words she couldn't take back would fall out. You felt something was off last night, and you didn't use your safe word. Why? Are you scared of him? No. Her answer was too quick. She knew it. But it was true. She wasn't scared of her husband. She loved him. You're lying. I'm not. You are. I can see the fear. You may not be able to feel it, or maybe you don't know what it feels like, but it is written all over your face, the way you hold yourself when he's around. Hell, in the fact that in the last 5 minutes you've looked towards his study no less than 15 times. It's not fear. Murphy's whisper was so soft she wasn't sure her friend had heard her, but she continued on anyway. I'm not afraid of him. I'm scared of what would happen if I pushed him too far. By using your safe word. That and so many other things. Pulling the elastic from her hair, she ran her fingers through her locks. Without him, I don't know what I am. He is all I remember. There's nothing before the accident. Except for that nagging feeling in the back of your head. Yeah. Except for that cage in the back of my head that is constantly rattling, demanding I open it. The only problem is, I don't know how to set whatever is inside of it free. Fuck. I don't even know if I want to. Of course you do. Alaska sat and took Murphy's hand in her own. You want to remember your parents, your prom, hell, even the day you met asshole in there. Alaska. I'm sorry, but you know I'm right. But what if none of that is worth remembering? What happens if I open that cage and a horde of demons come flying out? What if it's more trouble than it's worth? I don't know who I am. Remembering could turn me into a whole different person. But that person is who you are. Those memories made you, you. Yes, you may not remember them right now, but they are still in here. Alaska tapped her chest. Even if there are monsters in that cage, they're your monsters. I don't know who I am, but the thought of finding out terrifies the shit out of me. I was wondering if I would ever hear that confession come out of your mouth. Don't be proud of me. I'm a grown-ass woman throwing a temper tantrum over what? Some shitty memories that will just tip my perfect little world on its head? Perfect little world? Yes. I'm happy here. Murphy couldn't look up from the floor. I want for nothing. Did you miss the part of the conversation where we talked about your husband gaslighting you? If you did, we can circle back around to that. That's not fair. He's doing the best he can, and I would say he's doing a damn good job of it. He calls you names you don't like. A pet name. It's not like he's calling me a slut. The thought of that had a bolt of electricity going to her core. He makes you use a title that he literally has to drag out of you. It's not gaslighting. It is. With a heavy sigh, Murphy pursed her lips and made herself count to 10. You don't understand. Then enlighten me. Is this part of your kink? No, but he didn't sign up for this. When we got married, I was normal. I called him Daddy. He called me his little girl. Then I got into an accident and nearly died. He sat next to my hospital bed for months. Months, Alaska. He was the only one. My parents stopped talking to me years ago. No friends, no siblings, no one. He was the only one there for me. Or the only one he allowed to be there. Enough. Murphy roughly pulled her hand back. That's not fair. And it's not fair for you to wake up married to a man you don't know. I don't know anyone or anything, but I do know that I love Stefano. You do? I do. Murphy ticked the list off her fingers as she went. I know I love him. I know he takes care of me. I know this is where I belong. In your home. Yes. If this is your home, then give me a tour. Alaska stood, pointedly waiting for her friend to join her. Come on. You know I can't do that. But it's your home, where you belong, no questions asked, so show me around. When Murphy just sat there, Alaska continued. Better yet, show me something you picked out, something that's here because you liked it. Murphy looked around unnecessarily. They both knew there was nothing here that was hers. Nothing she picked out and put on the shelf. No pictures adorning the walls that she'd chosen. Not even a throw pillow on the couch that she could clutch to her chest during a scary movie. It was not her house. In a much softer tone, Alaska continued. You're not living your life here, Murph. You're simply existing. I love him. Because you don't know any different. He's made sure that this is the only thing you know. And he has convinced you, by using your own brain injury, that this is all you need. He's not doing that. Murphy shook her head vigorously. He is. He's protecting me, allowing me to fully heal before we put more on my plate. Bullshit. Even you know that's bullshit. Murphy thought back to the night before. She'd been so eager, like she was a different person at the club. And she was. She was empowered when she was outside the walls of the house. But when she stepped back into their home, that all disappeared. Gone was the woman who'd stood up for herself. In her place was the meek woman who did everything as her husband liked. That's the whole reason he takes you to the club? He said so himself, to get you out of your head and more on an even keel with him. You're wrong. I'm not, and if you would actually take the time to think about it, you would see it too. He's keeping you, holding you back from learning about your past. No, Alaska didn't acknowledge her response. Why? What is he so afraid you will find if you start digging? What is he so afraid of if you loved him before the accident? That's not fair. Really? Because I can tell you exactly what happened last night. You were in your element. As such, you started to step from his shadow. He didn't like that. Didn't like knowing that he didn't have control over your every move, so he made up some fucked up reason to punish you. Tell me I'm wrong. You're not. You were happily enjoying the tiny semblance of freedom he gives you, and he even gets to control that. Fuck, not just control it, but ruin it for you because he has to force you to use a title he knows you hate, because it makes him feel more powerful. Murphy looked to her toes. We can't have this conversation here. I know. Rolling up her mat, Alaska packed up her stuff and headed for the door before turning back. We still on for coffee tomorrow? Always. With her back to her friend, Alaska laid the final blow in a way only a best friend could get away with. You don't see the change in your demeanor every time you step out of this house. It's like you're a different, more relaxed person. Hell, it's that little sneak peek of who you are that had me deciding you weren't a complete bitch. But here, you act as a prisoner, scared to step out of line or be thrown into solitary confinement. Again. Chapter 6. The words wouldn't quit echoing in her head. Solitary confinement. A prisoner. Was that what she was? Was that what he was doing to her? No, it wasn't possible. He loved her, spoiled her, and treated her like a princess. She had everything she ever needed. No, wanted. Except for your memories. Rolling her eyes, she turned to look out the window. The loss of her memories wasn't his fault. Hell, if it was anyone's, it was her own. She was the one driving the car. She was the one who had insisted on going out that night, even though it had been storming all day. How badly was it raining that night? Stefano looked at her from the corner of his eye for a second, before turning back to the road.
It was heavy, and it came on quick. No one expected it to rain like that.
A small chill ran down her back. I wish I could remember it.
Why?
It had such a profound impact on my life, and I don't remember it.
Trust me, baby. That is not something you want to remember. You don't want that darkness in your head. Now, can we change the subject?
Yes, sir. The rest of the car ride was silent. She didn't have anything else to talk to him about. They spent nearly all the time together, so there was nothing he didn't already know. Yet so much you're in the dark over.
Baby girl?
Murphy looked to her husband before turning to the house that rested at the end of the long driveway. Why are we here again?
Because they're my parents, and at the very least, we owe them respect.
Stefano's hand gripped her knee a second before he pulled to his usual parking spot and put the car in park.
Talk to me.
They hate me.
They do not.
Are you blind? The arch of his brow had Murphy changing her tone slightly. I'm sorry. Your mom hardly talks to me, and when she does, it's condescending. Your dad doesn't talk to me at all. He just looks at me out of the corner of his eye as if I'm the dirty family secret. Honestly, sometimes I think it's pity, but I know better than to think that. The loathing is clear.
They do not hate you. Do they agree with our marriage? No. But, honestly, I went against their wishes and chose you over the marriage that would have bettered their status in society. I chose to marry for love, and it is taking some time for them to be okay with that.
It's been nearly 3 years. A smile curled across Stefano's face.
You remembered.
I remembered that you told me we've been married that long, but I don't remember the actual event. She looked down at the hand on her thigh. I don't think I will ever remember it.
It's okay, baby. It will come back to you. I have no doubt.
Be honest. Murphy pushed his hand from her leg and turned to her husband. It has been 2 years. I'm just now getting to the point where I'm able to handle a car ride without panicking. I still can't handle silence. I want to try to get my memory back, but I'm not sure it's ever going to happen. And I'm not sure you want it to.
Hey.
Stefano pulled her awkwardly over the center console, settling her on his lap as her ass honked the horn. Great. Now your parents are going to think I'm some hussy that allowed you to fuck me in their driveway.
Let them think what they want. We both know you don't allow me to do anything because I take what I want from you.
Murphy groaned as her belly twisted into a knot. She wasn't sure if the knot had more to do with the words or the thought of him taking pleasure from her. And now I have to go into your parents' house, all turned on.
You're changing the subject.
I was hoping you weren't going to notice that.
Well, I did. Do you honestly think I don't want you to have your memories back?
I don't know. It was a thought that was put into my head, and I can't shake it.
Alaska planted the thought? I knew I should have taken care of that woman years ago.
Stefano, you make it sound like you're going to kill her. You can't talk like that. Besides, she is just worried about me. Murphy looked to her husband and saw the thinly concealed fury in his eyes. She didn't mean anything by it, Daddy. The endearment tasted bitter on her tongue, but she needed to get him calmed down before they went into the house. She just has an overactive imagination.
And now that is transferred to you, and you're doubting everything we can't have.
We?
Baby, we are a unit. We need to stick together. I cannot and will not lose you again. I won't go through that again. I need you.
And I need you. She rested her head on his shoulder and reveled in the feeling of his arms wrapped tightly around her middle. I love you, Stefano.
I love you too, baby.
He let them sit like that for a few minutes before tapping the top curve of her butt as he pushed his car door open.
As much as I would like to hide out here with you all day, we have things we need to do. My father wants to talk business, and I have to comply.
Gripping his arm as he moved to put her outside the car, she caught his eye. Sir?
Yeah, baby.
I want to remember. Stefano's face softened a second before he pulled her tightly into his chest once more.
I know, baby. But all the attempts we've made to do this in the past haven't gotten us anywhere. And I'm scared to get your hopes up.
But I want to remember. No, I need to remember.
You're mine, and I will protect you at all costs. Do you understand me?
He pushed her back, so she had no choice but to look into his eyes. When she nodded her understanding, he continued.
I would die before I allowed anything to hurt you. I fought too hard for this to allow it to be messed up, so you'll have to forgive me for being a little apprehensive with diving right into this.
It's been 2 years. You cannot protect me all the time, and you shouldn't have to protect me from myself, from my own head.
Who am I?
Murphy's face instantly flamed. Please don't make me.
Who am I?
He pinched her thigh, roughly. Daddy.
That's right. And as Daddy, if I say I am going to protect you from anyone, I mean anyone. You're mine, and I intend to keep it that way.
I'm not leaving you, Stefano. Murphy watched as something crossed his face, raising the hair on the back of her neck. I just want to remember our wedding day and the original love I had for you.
But what if the memories of the accident haunt you? I can't protect you from those if we are successful in getting your memories back. I have to protect you. She hated giving her fears a voice, but she had to. You weren't able to protect me the first time, and I will be forever tortured by that.
No, that's not what I meant. Murphy grasped his face between her palms. I'm not bringing it up to hurt you. I'm bringing it up because I have a need to try.
I know, but you have to trust in me. Your current doctor thinks it isn't a good idea to pursue this, but I will do this for you.
You will? Bouncing in her husband's lap earned her a groan and a swat to her ass. Sorry.
Don't interrupt. I will find more doctors. We'll get more opinions, see what they have to say, and then we will go from there. The two of us will make an informed decision. Before you say it, I know. We've gone through this process before. I took the lead on that one because you were still so fragile. This time, we will do it together.
Really? We're going to do it together this time?
Of course we are. It's how we should have done it from the beginning. But I let my fear get the best of me. Not this time, baby.
Thank you, Daddy.
You're welcome, little girl.
Standing from the car, she waited for her husband to take her hand and lead her up to the door. As they were standing there, waiting for the maid to answer the door, the guilt clawed at her throat. Using his titles to get what she wanted was wrong on so many levels, but for the first time in the last 2 years, she didn't feel like her world was closing in on her. For the first time in as long as she could remember, literally, she saw hope on the horizon, and she hadn't realized until that moment just how much she needed that hope. He was about 8 years old in that photo. He just won the junior spelling bee. We were so proud of him. Stefano's mother said as she glided into the living room and saw the picture Murphy was looking at. It's so weird to see him as a child. The man I know and love isn't this little boy. She shook her head as she turned away from the photo. Part of me feels like I'm missing a big part of who he is. You are. Murphy looked at the older woman. What? You don't remember anything past waking up after the accident. You're missing a lot. You're missing the very things that make you who you are. How in the world could you possibly know anything about him when you don't even know yourself? What? You don't know enough to make decisions about anything. She stepped closer. You know nothing about anything, and you need to learn.
Mom?
Stefano's harsh tone had Murphy jumping, but his mother simply turned around to face her son. Oh, dear. I've missed you so much. Are you and your father done with business so you can spare your poor mother some time? I've missed you so.
You can't push her, Mom. You know what the doctor said.
Steph, that wasn't pushing, that was... She didn't get to finish before a grumble sounded from behind Stefano, and her husband stepped forward. Oh, Vince, you're out of the study. Yay! I love that we'll have extra time to spend as a family without the burden of business.
Bianca?
Vince's tone was low and full of warning.
We've had this conversation before.
Oh, Posh, I was just talking to the girl. Bianca spared the slightest glance to her daughter-in-law. It's really nothing. Murphy saw a look pass between father and son. Stefano was furious, while the look in Vince's eyes was more of a concerned look than anything. Without breaking eye contact with his son, Vince spoke to his wife.
My office now, Bianca.
Eyes wide, the woman in question looked between her husband and son. What?
My office now.
Vincent, you must be joking. We have company.
Bianca took a step back. Do not make me repeat myself or chase you for that matter. Vince's face was grim. Go to my office. I cannot allow you to put all of this at risk like this without repercussions.
Murphy gasped as she looked to her husband, her eyes wide with realization. Stefano simply looked at her and gave her a single nod of his head. Her mother-in-law was going to be spanked. Vince, really, this isn't necessary. Murphy stopped short when she was pulled into her husband's arms.
This is not your place, Murphy Louise. This is between a man and his wife.
He whispered the words, but there was no doubt that his parents could hear, and it set her face aflame.
Bianca.
Vince stepped to the side, his arm outstretched towards his study. Stefano, you know it was a simple conversation between mother and daughter-in-law, correct?
No.
Stefano stepped forward and got into his mother's face.
What I know is that a woman who is supposed to have my back is sitting here getting my wife to second-guess everything we have. I expect this from her friends. That is their job. This is not your job.
I'm a concerned mother. Bianca's eyes teared up.
You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong.
Murphy's heart went out to the other woman. She was only doing what any mother would do in this situation, and God only knew what the relationship between the four of them was like before the accident. Not able to take the scene playing out in front of her any longer, Murphy let her eyes drop to the floor.
Bianca, now, baby.
Vince's voice was soft and almost mournful.
Before you make it worse for yourself, love.
Bianca gave Murphy one more glance before she went to her husband, took his hand, and allowed him to lead her down the hall to the study. The sound of the heavy wood door closing behind them had Murphy jumping.
Baby.
The endearment she'd heard fall from his father's lips just a few moments ago sounded forced coming from Stefano. He's not really going to punish her for being concerned for me, is he? Grasping her chin, Stefano forced her to look him in the eyes.
He is punishing her for putting her nose where it doesn't belong. Most importantly, because she knows how fragile a balance this is. You are, and her saying the things she did was unacceptable.
Anger rose in her, and she was growling at her husband.
I'm not fragile. You talk to me in that tone again, and I will show you exactly how fragile you are as I take a cane to your ass.
You wouldn't.
Keep it up, and I will march you right into that office, borrow a cane, and show you and anyone else who cares to pay attention.
A cane. Murphy's stomach dropped to her toes. She hated the cane. It was harsh, and the look on her husband's face when she reacted to it was not that of the kind man she knew.
I guarantee that's what she's getting right now. That's the only quiet implement kept in that office. Everything else is meant to make noise and draw attention, to make her think the hired help can hear the punishment, heighten her embarrassment.
That's horrible.
Is it?
Stefano arched a brow at her.
You like that little element of embarrassment when I add it?
Yeah, for play, not when you are actually punishing me. Punishment is intimate and personal. It isn't supposed to be for anyone else. You and I, and that's it.
That's not how it's always done here.
Murphy pulled her chin from his hand and moved to the couch. She hated being here on a good day, knowing that a concerned mother was being punished in the other room for doing what any woman worth her salt would do. I don't like it.
You don't get a choice here. We will sit, wait for my father to come back, and shortly after, my mother will join us, and we'll have dinner. Easy as that.
That was easy for him to say. Murphy already felt the heat creeping into her face. She couldn't imagine what it was going to be like when she had to face the poor woman again. "Let's go home, please."
"No. Dad and I aren't done talking yet, and you heard how much Mom was looking forward to dinner with all of us."
"The last thing that woman is going to want to do is sit at the dining room table with a group of people who know what just happened. Do you know how embarrassed she's going to be? How uncomfortable those chairs are going to be for her, especially if he is using the cane."
"Baby,"
Stefano pulled her over to straddle his lap.
"you and I both know that the after effects of a punishment are just as much part of the punishment as the actual act. If they didn't want us to stay, my father would have said good night to us before he left the room.
I don't like this.
And I don't like that my own mother is putting these thoughts into your head.
Please."
No."
Stefano pinched the side of her thigh.
"We are done talking about this. Now, change the subject before I decide you need the same treatment."
Murphy chose silence. It was the only real option she had, seeing as the only thing running through her head right now was how much she hated this very moment and the words of her mother-in-law. Instead, she sat on her husband's lap and stared at his chest, hoping time would move a little faster.
"Son."
The deep voice had her scrambling off Stefano's lap so quickly that she landed hard on the wood floor beneath her, a squeal escaping as she landed.
"I'm sorry, Murphy. I didn't mean to scare you."
Reaching out a hand, Vince helped her to her feet.
"And I'm also sorry that my wife was so inconsiderate earlier. It was not her place, and she will be apologizing as soon as she puts herself back together."
Murphy opened her mouth, wanting to make it known that an apology was not necessary, but she was cut off by a sharp pinch to the undercurve of her ass.
"You're on thin ice the way it is."
Stefano glared down at her from his position, standing behind her.
"I suggest you don't interfere any further with how things are done here. Do you understand me?"
"Yes, sir." Murphy spit the words out as quickly as she could in fear that if she waited even a second, he was going to force her to use the dreaded title she hated. The last thing she wanted to do was be forced into using it in front of her father-in-law.
"Shall we?"
Vincent sounded almost annoyed.
"Supper will be ready in about 45 minutes, and you know how Cook is when we force her to wait."
Stefano turned her to face him.
"Are you okay here on your own for a few minutes? Mother will be joining you shortly, I'm sure."
"I'm fine."
"We'll be back."
With a kiss to her forehead, Stefano walked off, leaving his father to follow.
"Listen to what she has to say."
Startled, Murphy looked to her father-in-law, sure she hadn't heard him correctly. He was looking at his son's back, as if he was worried he was going to turn back to them.
"She took a beating to get you this message, so you need to listen to her."
Vincent turned to her to deliver his final words.
"Listen to her, and take it to heart."
Mouth hanging open, Murphy watched Vincent catch up with his son, his hand landing on his shoulder as a bright smile split his face, like he hadn't just told her that he had beaten his wife. She sat heavily on the couch, trying to muddle through the words bouncing around in her head. If he was going to allow Bianca to have the same conversation with her again, then why in the hell did he spank her to start with? "Murphy?" The voice that called her name was much stronger than she expected. She expected a quiver or a vein of nervousness, but neither were present. When she looked to her mother-in-law, she expected to see a broken, teary-eyed woman standing before her. Instead, Bianca stood tall and proud. Yes, there was a wetness to her eyes, but she was far from broken. If anything, she was more determined than ever. "We need to talk, but we can't now and not here." Letting her head drop, she kept talking, the tone of her voice contradicting her subdued posture. He can see us, but he can't hear us in this room. I'm sorry you're in this situation, but it was the only way. Bianca, it's fine. It really is. She rested her hand on the other woman's upper arm. You're looking out for your son as any mother would do. Sighing heavily, she lifted her head. Do you want to go for a walk in the garden? Murphy didn't know what it was, but something in Bianca's eyes prompted her to agree. I'd like that. Let's go. As they walked through the immaculate house, Murphy's mind wandered. This house was much like her own, spotless, hardly lived in, more like a museum than a home. If coming here had done anything for her, it at least gave her an explanation of why her husband demanded their house be so tidy. Like father, like son. But between the way her father-in-law had spoken to her earlier and the way her mother-in-law was acting, she wasn't so sure anymore. She wasn't so sure her husband followed all that closely in his father's footsteps any longer. If it had been her that was caught speaking out of turn, as Bianca had, she wouldn't have come back to the room as easily. Is your punishment over? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's none of my business. Ducking her head, Murphy felt her cheeks go red and prayed for the floor to open up and swallow her whole. Please forget that I asked. No, you're fine, dear. With the way Stefano treats you, I figured you would be asking. As they entered the garden, the guard standing at the walls took a step forward, and Bianca simply smiled and waved. The men stepped back, and the two of them continued deeper into the green area. Have a seat. Are you sure? If you're asking if my ass will be sore if I sit, the answer is yes, but not for the reason you think. They were settled on a bench before she spoke again. My husband, and Vince is my husband, was forced to punish me, but not for the reason you think. He was forced to punish me because his boss told him to, and at this point, we have to do as he says, because we are here to protect you. Of course, Vince is your husband. Murphy shook her head. Wait, his boss? Protecting me? Why would he punish you if he didn't believe you deserved it? I was worried all of this would be too much for you to take in at once. From her top, she pulled a neatly folded piece of paper. This is for you, but I need you to wait to look at it until you're at yoga in the morning. You're going to need some time to process all of this, and you'll not have that time if Stefano is around. You're worrying me. You need to get your memories back, Murphy, and not just for yourself. There are many people relying on you remembering your past. With a quick look around, Bianca shoved the paper between Murphy's breasts. The way that man treats you is abuse, and I cannot sit back and watch it any longer. These types of relationships require consent, and you have not given it. But I have. Have you? Then tell me, what did you think of Stefano before you married him? When were you wed? How long did you know him? That's not fair. No. What's not fair is that you were forced into this relationship, and we were helpless to stop it. This is the beginning of the end. This will put a stop to that abuse. Shocked, Murphy looked to the other woman, and for the first time, she saw a bit of youth in her face. This is too much. I know. Go home, stash the paper, and sleep. In the morning, go to Alaska. Allow her to be there for you. Now, come. We need to get back before they're done, and these men decide that a small wave off from me is not enough. Besides, Cook made lasagna for dinner, and I'm dying to eat. Just like that, the mother-in-law she had always known was back, and the bizarre conversation was over. As she stood, The piece of paper between her breast brushed harshly across her nipple. What the fuck was she going to do with it? The idea of tossing it into the trash as soon as they got inside crossed her mind, but it was quickly pushed away. Something inside her needed to see what was on the paper. Did she follow her mother-in-law's instructions and wait until morning, or did she take it straight to her husband? Vince's words popped into her head. She took a beating to get you this message. Listen to her and take it to heart. Before stepping from under the garden's pergola, she adjusted the paper further under her breast. Bianca had taken a caning to get her this information, so following directions was the least she could do. Murphy, come. We can't keep Cook waiting. Coming. Chapter 7. Are you going to tell me why the hell I had to cancel my early class? Alaska grumbled as they sat in the empty studio. I needed you. Pulling the crumpled and slightly damaged paper from her purse, Murphy held it out to her best friend. I have been trying to work up the courage to look at this all night. I didn't get any sleep last night because of this stupid fucking paper. What is it? That's the thing. I have no idea. I've held it up to the light. I've steamed it. Steamed it? I don't know. Murphy threw her hands in the air. I tried all the things I could think of to see what was inside without actually having to unfold it. So now I get to open it? Well, yeah. I would have brought it to you last night, but after smuggling it into my house in my bra, I thought it would be a little suspicious. You what? Can we play 20 questions later? I really just need to see what's on the paper. Fine, but don't think for a second that you're not going to share why you had to smuggle. I'll tell you as soon as I find out. Now, for the love of God, open the fucking paper. Exasperation clear on her face, Alaska carefully unfolded the single sheet of printer paper. After a few seconds of looking at the paper, she looked back up. I don't get it. What? I mean, he's cute and all, but I'm not sure he's smuggling his photo into your house cute. I mean, he's cute, but the scarring that licks up the side of his face. What? Pulling the paper from Alaska's hand, Murphy looked at the paper and stopped breathing. Alaska's words faded into the background as the world around Murphy all but disappeared. The only thing that existed in the world were her and this photo, and she couldn't pull her eyes away. It's from a fire. Murphy ran her fingers over the light scarring. How hadn't she noticed it before? How had she missed that huge detail in the photograph? Who is this? A fire? Alaska shook her head, the confusion clear. You're the one who brought it, remember? How am I supposed to know who this is? Wait, Murphy, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Who did you say gave you this photo? Murphy? I need a computer, now. Nodding her head, Alaska went to her bag and pulled out her laptop before sitting on the floor and opening it up. What are we doing? I don't know. Murphy sat hard, clutching the photo to her chest. I don't even know where to start. Start at the beginning. That's the thing. I don't know my beginning. But I think it is time I change that. Wait, what is happening? I know this man. I mean, I know his face. I see it every time I have a nightmare. This is the face you see when you wake up screaming? Yeah, except the face I see isn't scarred. What else do you remember about this dream? I'm not so sure it's a dream anymore. It's a memory. Alaska gave the words Murphy was afraid to say out loud a voice. If that's the case, then I think I left this man to die. What? I don't know. I just remember parts of the dream, but I distinctly remember walking away from him. Then we will start there, the day of the crash. Alaska looked up at her friend expectantly. I don't know that. You never asked? I don't know. It wasn't one of the things I thought I needed to know since I woke up. You didn't think, hey, maybe I should look up my accident? No. I mean, I thought about it a few times, but my doctor always discouraged getting my memories back. Until a few weeks ago, I was content with that. Pulling the paper from her chest, Murphy examined the photo a little more. Shit. Holding out the photo, Murphy tapped on the bottom left corner. Written in perfect script was a date. Okay, we start there. Wait. Murphy knew she was starting to panic, but there was little she could do about it. What are we doing? Something that should have been done years ago. No, really, what if this leads me down a rabbit hole? So what if it does? Alaska grabbed her hand and pulled her to sit beside her. What if this leads you down a rabbit hole? You may learn about your past, learn of the people who loved you before the accident. Yeah, there are going to be some memories that you don't like, but we all have those. Hell, you still have them now. The only difference is that you can't conjure them to the forefront of your memory. You have all these things in your head, you just don't know how to access them. This is the beginning of giving you that ability. Her choice of words had Murphy thinking back to Bianca's words last night. This is the beginning of the end. With a nod of her head, she watched as Alaska typed the date into the search engine. Are you ready? Yeah, I need to know. The clicking of the enter key echoed through the empty room and sent Murphy into a panic. I take it back. I don't want to know. Okay, you don't have to know. Shutting the computer, Alaska moved to stand up. Wait, what are you doing? I'm putting the computer away. You're not ready, so I'm not going to force you. Tears pricked the back of Murphy's eyes. You're not going to force me? Never. Do I think you need to do this? Absolutely. But I know it needs to be done on your own time. I would never force this on you. Are you going to research it as soon as I'm gone? 100%. Just because I won't force you to know doesn't mean I can hold my curiosity at bay. Why can't I be strong like you? You're kidding me, right? Alaska questioned. I never want to hear you say you're not strong again. You're one of the strongest people I know. Fuck. I've watched you fight your way back from the brink of death only to be shoved into a box that everyone but you know you don't belong in. But you've thrived in that box. You've grown into a person I'm proud to call my friend, despite all the things that have been thrown at you. You're so fucking strong that you are about to break the chains that have been holding you back for years, and you're going to do it with confidence. I'm scared. Murphy relaxed a little with the confession. Of course you are. You're breaking out of the box Stefano has put you in. Stepping from his shadow, and unfortunately, that's the only thing you've known for a long time. Everyone is afraid of being their own person, but you are facing the fear head on. I can't do this on my own. If you think for a second that I'm not going to be here every step of the way, you're fucking nuts. Promise? On my life. Holding out her pinky finger, Alaska reached across the space separating the two of them. This feels like a pinky promise kind of moment to me. Her smile as big as possible, Murphy leaned in and twisted her finger around the other woman's. It is definitely a pinky promise moment. Now, you tell me when you are ready to do this. Until then, we wait. I think I need you to do this for me. Then you can just bring me all the information. No. 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 Alaska shook her head for emphasis. I won't do that. But that's what I need, Murphy pleaded. It's not. We both know I'm not your husband's biggest fan, and I cannot let that influence what you see. If I do this on my own, I'm going to let my bias lead my search, and I won't do that to you. So, we will wait. I love you. I am pretty awesome. Oh my God, Murphy rolled her eyes. You took a sweet moment and turned it weird. It's my superpower. With a shrug, she moved to stand up. Wait. I'm worried that if we don't do this now, I'll chicken out. You honestly think I'm going to let you chicken out? Isn't that what you're doing now? Are you chickening out? Alaska's face was blank of any judgment, and it only served to make Murphy feel worse. I don't know. I'm scared. Of course you are. There is a small chance that this will change your life at least a little. Add in the element of your dynamic and the possible punishment for going behind his back, and anyone would be worried. You don't have to explain your humanity to me. I get it. You need time to think, and you should take it. Okay. Let's do it. Murphy, I wasn't trying to talk you into it. I was telling you that I understand, and I'm telling you that I need to do this now. Murphy moved to sit next to Alaska so she would be able to see the screen. If I walk out the door without looking into this, I'm never going to do it. I love my husband, but you're right. He has a hold on me that no one else does. If I walk out those doors, I'm going to tell him everything, and he will immediately put a stop to it all. I can't have that. I need to know. You're sure? Open the computer, Alaska Jane. I need to know. The next hour was spent searching the date and clicking links. There were tears, gasps, and goosebumps. A roll of toilet paper replaced the tissues when they were gone, and a numb feeling took over Murphy's body. This is wrong. This isn't my story. It can't possibly be me. Murphy stood and started pacing the room. If it was me, I would remember it all after reading it, right? Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't know how brain injuries work. It's like I'm reading someone else's story. I feel for the woman whose life was destroyed, but I don't feel like it was me. Snapping her fingers, she turned to face Alaska. This isn't me. This woman died. Murphy threw her hands in the air. I look pretty damn good for a dead woman. Maybe we clicked the wrong link somewhere. Alaska agreed as she shut the lid to the laptop once more. But what? There is a but in there somewhere. I can hear it. What's the but? Alaska shoved the computer into her bag. How many women do you know named Murphy? It is a possibility. A chirping in her bag pulled her attention away, and she held up a finger to her friend. Hold on, I got a text. Baby, your car is waiting outside. Are you okay? I'm fine, just got carried away in conversation with Alaska. I'll be right out. Love you. Love you too. Shoving the phone back into her purse, Murphy gathered her things. I have to go, but will you bring your laptop with you to coffee tomorrow? We can start at the beginning again and see what else we find. Maybe we'll fall down the correct rabbit hole this time. Of course. Normal time and place? Do we ever change it? For the first time since picking up her phone, Murphy looked to her friend. Hey, is everything okay? Yeah, I just think the story got to me a little, but I think you're right about us going down the wrong path with the research. Right? Didn't even mention the man in my dreams. Anyway, I have to go. Love you. Love you too. Alaska watched her friend bounce out of the studio and had to hold back the urge to call out for her to come back. Something about the last hour didn't sit right with her, but she needed answers before she could call Murphy back, and she intended on finding them.
Chapter 8. Cross looked out over the lights of the city. Where the hell was she? Was she waiting for him to come? Did she still love him? Want him? No. He couldn't think about that last question. He couldn't head down that path. It would only lead to a dark place. He would find her first, and then he would get answers to those questions. He needed to save her first. Did she need saving? He fucking hated that line of logic. Was it something he needed to consider? Yeah, but he wasn't ready to process it right now. Now, he was on a mission to find her. All the other things would be put on the back burner until he knew, without a doubt, that she was safe. Her safety was always the most important. Cross thought back to the night she went missing. Kiwi, I know you're not happy with me for punishing you, but you know you're not allowed to sulk like this. He pushed the door to the bedroom open, expecting to find her sitting on their bed or standing before the full-length mirror examining his marks. But she wasn't there. A quick glance at the bathroom had his heart stopping in his chest. The window was broken, glass shattered all over the floor, with some blood smeared across the floor. Pushing the panic back, he allowed his training to take over. With the amount of glass on the floor, the window was broken from the outside. There was a good chance that the blood was from the person who had broken the window, and not his girl. Neither of those facts made him feel any better, but they did manage to get him moving. With heavy footfalls, he moved down the hall as he pulled his phone from his pocket. I swear to God, you know I'm balls deep in that cute blonde. Someone better be fucking dead, Tink swore from the other end of the line. Someone broke into my house, and Kiwi is gone. He heard a soft protest from the other end of the line, but he didn't pay it any mind. I don't know how long she's been gone, so I need everyone activated. What do you mean you don't know how long she's been gone? It's been 30 minutes tops. She was waiting for me in the bedroom after a punishment. I was giving her time to gather her thought before we talked. Does she have her cuff? Damn well should. Cross was straddling his motorcycle, waiting impatiently for the garage door to open. Good. Get to the clubhouse. I'll get Penn on activating the tracker. He spun the cuff that wrapped around his wrist. They'd found it on the side of the road, 45 minutes after he'd discovered her missing. Finding that cuff had broken him in a bad way. He'd kicked over his bike and taken a swing at one of his brothers. He'd been ready to give up, but his brothers had kept him going, right up until they pulled up to the fire. We found her. Pug burst into the room, with a paper clutched in his hand. We fucking found her. Cross was across the room, and pulling the paper from his friend's hand in a matter of seconds, and as soon as he saw the photo, he stopped breathing. Kiwi. We're working on getting the license plate cleared up a little more, so we can use that to track her. But we have a fucking photo. He would never admit it, but up until that point, Cross had been a little worried that his head had conjured up the whole thing, and as a result, he had sent the whole MC on a wild goose chase. The photo itself wasn't really anything special. A bit grainy, seeing as the city didn't use the top-of-the-line surveillance cameras, but it was her. There she was, clear as day, sitting in the front seat of the town car. How many of these are registered in the city? Too many. We have to have more information to narrow it down, or it will take forever to search through all the possibilities. Crossland. Looking up, Cross came face to face with the club president. Penn, we need to talk. All it took were those 4 words for the bottom to fall out of his high. Something was wrong, and whatever it was going to be devastating.
Chapter 9. Stefano! Murphy rushed to her husband as he came in the door. I was starting to get worried. She breathed in his scent and felt something tighten in her chest as she relaxed into him.
I'm sorry, baby. I had to get some stuff finished up with a few of the guys before I could come home.
He placed a kiss on the top of her head before he moved her back and took off his coat.
Did you save me some food?
Is that a trick question? He smiled down at her.
You remembered the rule.
Of course I did. I'd never eat without you, without permission from you first. You're my number one concern, sir.
Good girl. Get the table set. I'm going to go get cleaned up.
With a kiss to his cheek, she bounced off to the kitchen. She wasn't sure why she was in such a good mood, but she had been all day. It was like a burden had been lifted off her shoulders, and she was content to be herself again. Donning some oven mitts, she pulled the ravioli from the warm oven and carried it into the dining room to set it on the end of the table. She'd already set the table and had the wine open and ready, so she poured them each a glass and went upstairs to wait for her husband.
I don't care if he's your oldest friend. Take care of him.
Sir, the table is set and the wine is poured. Turning to face her as he shoved the phone into his pocket, he opened his arms to her.
Come here, baby girl.
Holding back the cringe from the name she hated, she walked into his arms. You must be starving, sir.
Why are you so formal tonight, baby? Come on. You can call me Daddy.
I can do that tonight. Murphy wasn't going to let her mood falter, despite her dislike for the term. She was flying, and she was going to ride her high as long as it lasted.
What kind of wine did you pick for us?
A nice Pinot Noir. Patting her ass, Stefano took her and led her to the dining room, humming the whole time.
This looks amazing. I think it's time we consider offering this cook a full-time position.
Oh, honey, I think that is a wonderful idea. He's a perfect fit for us. Smiling, he pulled out his seat without releasing her hand and sat himself. Daddy? Murphy tugged on her hand, her stomach growling as the smell of food wafted to her nose.
Oh, I'm not letting you go.
Chuckling at her squeal, he pulled her between his knees and undid the zip of her skirt. Stefano! A sharp pinch to the underside of her ass had her fixing her statement. Daddy, what are you doing?
Taking off your skirt, of course.
But supper.
We're going to eat, but you'll do it without your skirt, because I want to have full access to you.
Head bowed, she nibbled on her lip as the fabric of her skirt pooled around her feet, her panties following suit. She knew what this meant, and she was wet with excitement at the mere thought of it. It's been a while since we've played like this, Daddy.
I know.
Turning her sore back was to his chest. He sat her on his lap, opening his knees, so she had no choice but to do the same, exposing her sex. God, it felt so fucking good. The cool air of the room wafting across the damp flesh, knowing that she was soon going to get the attention she so craved.
If you're not going to pay enough attention to see that I'm trying to feed you, I'm going to be given no choice but to make sure I have your attention. That greedy pussy of yours does not get the attention that should be allotted to me. Do you hear me?
I'm sorry, Daddy.
It's been too long. I know, baby. We'll remedy that today. Now eat before you earn yourself a punishment.
Even the threat of a punishment had her core clenching, but she did as she was told and accepted the bite of ravioli.
Are you going to make that noise with every bite?
Possibly. Growling, he took a bite for himself as he eyed her. Slowly, she allowed her hand to move from his knee. Daddy, I'm not that hungry anymore.
If you touch what's mine, I swear I will edge you until you're crying to come.
But what about dessert? I mean, you could have that first. Murphy batted her eyelashes as she wiggled in his lap.
Fucking minx.
In an instant, he scooped her into his arms, stood from the chair, and had her on all fours on the table.
Look at that. My girl with her ass in the air like a little slut, waiting for whatever I'm going to give her. Take off your blouse. Show me your tits. In fact, present them to me.
Murphy both loved and hated that her core had clenched when he'd called her a slut. What normal person liked that? Shaking the thought away, she went to her knees, undid her shirt, and let it fall from her shoulders. She made quick work of her bra and held up her breasts for her husband.
Such a pretty sight. But I think you need a little sparkle.
Clamps, sir? Her nipple was harshly twisted, forcing her mouth to fall open as a cry of pain fell from her lips. I'm sorry, Daddy.
Do not mess up again.
Stefano released her peaked bud and walked over to the buffet and opened the drawer that she knew was filled with an assortment of toys. He held up the clover clamp as he walked back to her.
I was going to go for a simple tweezer clamp, but seeing as you can't follow a simple instruction, I think something a little harsher will keep your head in the game.
Murphy fought to stay still as he tweaked and played with her nipples in order to get them perfectly butted for the toy he held. It was far from an easy feat. After 2 years, he knew all too well how sensitive her breasts were and was using it to his advantage. The bite of the first clamp had her sucking air in through her teeth, but she was a bit more prepared for the second one. What she wasn't prepared for was the extra weight he put on the chain that linked the two. Daddy!
Looks to me like they're working already. Now, back to your hands and knees, ass in the air. You taunted me with this dessert, so I'm damn well going to enjoy it.
She did as she was told, and watched her husband move to stand behind her again, grabbing a plug as he went.
Now, let's see if you're wet enough to provide lubricant for your pretty plug, shall we?
The silicone phallus was unceremoniously pushed into her core, forcing her forward the slightest bit, and a moan sounded from deep within her chest. It felt too fucking good for her to keep quiet.
I love hearing those sounds from you. Let's see if I can get some more.
Stefano started pumping the plug inside of her, taking it out every so often to twirl it around her clit.
You are to stay still.
Yes, Daddy. This continued for a few more minutes. She held her breath to hold the orgasm at bay, him only slowing when he knew it would be impossible for her to follow the rules. After all, this was about play, not punishment. Finally, he pulled the toy from her core and held it in front of her face.
Do you think it's wet enough, baby?
Murphy fought to align the words in her head. Do you think it's ready for my ass, sir?
I think it needs some help from your mouth. Open.
As soon as her lips were parted, he pushed the tip in.
Do you taste that? The essence of you? How sweet and tangy you are.
There was no way she was going to be able to answer him, so she didn't try. Instead, she focused on licking her juices from the plug, hating that she loved this so much. She tasted herself on him before, but it was different without the underlying taste of him. It was all her, and she kind of loved it.
My good girl likes it when Daddy humiliates her. Fuck.
Stefano crudely adjusted himself in his pants.
I will have to keep that in mind for the next time we go to the club, because my baby is a dirty slut.
When he pulled the plug from her mouth, he examined it closely.
Let's hope this is enough to help ease the passage into your ass.
Murphy's cheeks clenched as he disappeared behind her. Yes, they'd done this before, but the taboo of it all never really seemed to go away. His hand landed harshly on her ass.
You know better than to try to keep me out, girl. Keep this ass relaxed. Do you hear me?
Yes, Daddy. Stefano didn't waste any time, because as soon as she quit talking, she felt his wet finger at her puckered hole.
Thank me for helping you by giving you this little bit of extra moisture.
Thank you, Daddy. With a grunt, he removed his finger and replaced it with the blunt end of the plug.
Push down.
She didn't need the instruction. She knew the drill, but she did as she was told, fighting to hold herself still as he fucked her ass with the phallus. Murphy held her breath.
You must breathe.
I'm sorry, it just feels so good.
Are you close?
I'm so close, sir. Murphy took a chance and looked over her shoulder. Please.
Beg me. Tell me what you want me to do to my fucking slut, and maybe I will oblige.
I want you to fuck me. Please, with anything. Your cock, the plug, your fingers, I don't care. Please, just fuck me and allow me to show you how good you make me feel. Please.
You haven't earned my cock yet.
I know. She let her head fall forward in a small show of acknowledgement.
But I do love to watch you shatter.
Stefano started moving the plug faster and harder in and out of her asshole, stretching just shy of too far with the wider parts of the plug.
You have 30 seconds to come starting now. If I were you, I would get those fingers to work on that clit of yours, because if you deprive me the joy of watching you come, I will punish you harshly.
Murphy moved her hand to her sex, gathered some of her juices, and started the manipulation of her clit. She circled it, flicked it, and ground her hips into his hand. The last one earned her the swat to her ass that threw her over the edge and had her scream echoing off the wall. Panting, she felt his lips at her ear.
You like knowing that I'm watching you, don't you?
Yes.
Good girl.
With those two words, Stefano pushed the plug into the hilt, sending a shudder down her spine, and patted the wide flange. Daddy?
Not yet. Now we eat.
Still riding the aftershocks of her orgasm, Murphy let him help her from the table and settle her on his lap once more, each movement reminding her of the weighted clamps on her breast and causing her pussy to clench, which in turn reminded her of the plug in her ass. It was going to be a long meal. Stefano held a fork full of food up to her mouth.
How was your day?
It was good. Got the groceries ordered, approved the wine for the benefit auction next month, hung out with Alaska. How was yours?
It's ending with my beautiful wife in my lap. I really can't complain. I did land that deal I've been working on for the last few months, so we'll be going to dinner tomorrow night to celebrate.
Oh, that steakhouse you love?
Of course. I'm not going to keep you from having that cheesecake you love so much.
He fed her another bite and quickly released one of the clamps torturing her breasts.
Ha! Stefano grabbed hold of her wrist as she moved to soothe the offended bud. You know better than to touch. If I want it soothed, I'll do so myself.
Yes, sir. She waited for him to move to the other, but he made no such motion, so she relaxed a bit more. With the closing of this deal, will you be home a bit more?
That's the hope. There are a few loose ends that need to be tied in their nice, neat little bows, but that shouldn't take long.
With a fork full of food, he moved to her breast and removed the clamp, allowing the blood to rush back in. Fuck!
Such a pretty mouth, saying such naughty words.
Stefano clicked his tongue against the back of his teeth as he bent and took the abused nipple into his mouth, sucking and soothing away the pain. When he pulled his face away from her breast, she couldn't help but to laugh. You have a bit of sauce on your face.
And you have it smeared all over your breast. Your point?
You're making a mess. Stefano smiled evilly as he whipped at his face and fed her the piece still on the fork.
And your cunny is making a mess of my slacks.
Can't let me win even one, can you?
Never. So, why were you late getting out of yoga this morning?
Lost track of time, really. Got to researching the crash and time got away from me. Murphy opened her mouth for another bite, but the fork stayed suspended a few inches from her mouth. Is that bite for you or me?
What?
Is that bite for me? Her smile died when she looked over her shoulder and saw the thunderous look on his face. Stefano?
What made you late?
I did a little research on my accident. I tried to. Didn't result in anything because we ended up way off in no man's land. A small scream sounded as she was unceremoniously dumped from his lap. Stefano? Murphy didn't get any further before her upper arm was grabbed and she was wrenched from the floor and spun to face her furious husband.
You have exactly one chance to tell me that I misheard you. Tell me you misspoke. Tell me you're lying for all I fucking care, but you didn't fucking do this. Lie to me.
She attempted to flinch away, but he didn't let her move. I didn't lie to you, Murphy didn't get to finish, as her arm was released and she was backhanded, sending her stumbling back, crashing into the table.
Shut up. Just keep your goddamn mouth shut.
Stefano was seething as he took a step away, only to return to her, grab her arm, and pull her down the hall towards his office. Stefano, you're scaring me.
I'm scaring you? Are you fucking kidding me?
He stopped outside his door and spun her around, only to slam her back against the solid wood and pin her in with his arms.
You put everything at risk. Everything I've worked towards in the last 2 years. Everything I've done.
Why does this scare you so much? Snarling, he opened the door and allowed her to fall into the room. She was able to stay on her feet, but when he took hold of her arm again, she had to walk double time to keep up. I get it. You're mad I did this on my own. Upset I didn't wait for you, and you have a right to be, but you're overreacting.
You think this is overreacting? You haven't seen shit.
He pulled his phone from his back pocket and pressed a few buttons before putting it up to his ear.
I need someone taken care of. Name's Alaska Valentine. I want her gone by morning.
What did you just do? Murphy's heart pounded in her chest as fear clawed at her. That sounded like a
hit? Yeah. Well, it's about time you realized what your husband does for a living.
Shock had her looking after her husband as he strode away. There was no way. Her husband may be mad at her, but he wasn't a monster. Stefano left her standing in the middle of the room as he went behind his desk. First thing he grabbed was the cane he knew she hated, and then a pair of cuffs. Fear pushed any worry for her friend from her head. Alaska wasn't in any danger, but that may not be the case for herself. He wasn't in the right headspace to safely punish her, too mad to come anywhere near her with an implement. Yellow. He didn't even look up at her. Did you hear me? I said yellow. You have to stop. We need to talk about this, and you need to calm down.
You still think this is a kinky game for me?
He sneered as he rounded the desk, stalking her. For every step forward he took, Murphy took another back. It's never been a game. It's how we live. I know that. But right now, you're scaring me.
Good. You had one fucking job. Be a goddamn wife. That was all you had to do. You got sex, food, love, attention. How was that not enough for you?
Stefano.
I just needed to keep you. I fucking loved you since the day I saw you, but you just couldn't accept that. You only had eyes for him, but you were promised to me, and I was not going to let you get away.
Him? Murphy's back pressed against the wall, the cold surface sending a chill down her spine. I love you. I've always loved you.
See? That's the thing. You've only always loved me because it's the only fucking thing you knew. You're too fucked up in the head to remember anything real. So I gave you the memories I wanted you to have. It ended up being easier than the original plan anyway. You just couldn't leave well enough alone.
He gave her the memories? Easier than the original plan. Fear coursed through her veins. You're scaring me.
Good. Maybe then you'll do as you're told, and only that.
Grabbing her wrist, he snapped the cuff around one and reached for the other, but she was too quick in moving it out of his reach. Red.
It doesn't work like that. You don't get to just say a single word, and I'll stop and do as you say. Let me tell you something, Murphy. You are not in charge here. I am. I have always been in charge.
You're too mad for this. Murphy put her hand on his chest, trying to hold him away from her. His heart was pounding, eyes wild, but it was the hitch in the corner of his mouth that scared her the most. You need to take a step back. Calm down. Stefano simply smiled as he wrenched her wrist away from his chest, forcing her to cry out, and used his body to slam her into the wall. He knocked the breath from her lungs as he did so, but there was no remorse in his eyes. It took minimal effort in that position for him to get a hold of her wrist, and he very quickly got the other cuff secured. Murphy's panic rocketed when he connected a chain to her cuffs. No, I said red. You have to honor that. You have to stop. When he didn't stop, she pulled back. Stop! I'm not agreeing to this. Stefano kept moving, not even bothering to look at her. Terrified, she let her legs go out from under her, hoping the dead weight would be enough to stop him. But he didn't seem to notice. He simply kept walking, dragging her by the metal cuffs he'd wrapped around her wrist. The warm metal cut into her wrists, causing her to renew her efforts. She had no choice but to start kicking and hoping she made contact with something, anything, to get him to stop.
Stand up, Stefano demanded, shifting to avoid a kick aimed at his knee. Stop that shit and stand the fuck up.
No, not until you stop and calm down. This isn't okay. I've called a stop to it. I've said red.
And I told you a long time ago that we don't have safe words. Now, get up.
Let me go. Just let me go, and I won't tell anyone. I won't go to the police or anyone. Just please.
You may want to save the begging for later. You're going to need it.
Don't do this.
Are you going to stand up and take your punishment?
No, I don't agree to this. I'm not consenting in any way.
Then we'll do it this way.
Reaching behind him, he pulled out the cane he'd gathered earlier and set it beside him on the floor. Don't do this, Murphy pleaded. She fought him as he rolled her onto her belly, but it was no use. He was stronger than her, and it didn't seem anything she did fazed him. But she wasn't giving up. Once on her belly, she kicked out, managing to smash his fingers between her knee and the hardwood floor.
Son of a bitch!
Angry and in pain, he let go of her and gave her the opportunity she needed. She got to all fours and then struggled to her feet. She didn't get one foot in front of the other before her ankle was grabbed and she fell to the ground, her face connecting with the floor. The pool of blood beneath her was almost instant, and she felt the somehow familiar pain of a broken nose. But she didn't have time to dwell on it as he pulled her back to him. Stefano, please! He didn't pay her any mind, simply moved her back to where she was. She got to her knees, but her ankle was caught, and she was dragged back to her manic husband. Tears filled her eyes as he pinned her to the ground with her arms above her head.
You don't get to put everything I've worked so hard for at risk like this. I fucking earned you, and I will be damned if you are going to bring it all down around us.
I'm not. I promise. Murphy relaxed under his hold, hoping against hope that he would see it as submission and allow her up.
I'm going to make sure of that.
In a few seconds flat, Stefano had her flip to her belly, but this time he sat on her lower back and she was trapped. Hoping he would see reason within her submission was her downfall. The first stroke of the cane was harsh and had her screaming out in pain. Her struggles to get up renewed, but did little good as the second, third, and fourth strike fell. Please, please stop! A strike caught the curve of her calf and felt like a hot knife sliced through her. The warm trickle of blood confirmed her fears. He'd broken her skin. Renewing her efforts, she bucked her hips and got Stefano to move the slightest bit. But she was no match for his weight.
I'm clearly not getting through to you this way.
Her screams echoed around them, but they did nothing to stop the assault. And that was exactly what it was. This was an assault on her person by a man she had thought loved her.
Get up.
When she didn't move after he climbed off her, the cane crashed down on her in rapid succession. Each of the hits leaving a burning line of fire up and down her right side as he hit her from the middle of her back down to the fullest part of her ass. By the time he stopped hitting her, she was lightheaded and panting to catch her breath.
I said, get up!
She tried, got her knees under her, and was working on standing when the next round of hits came. This time, they were direct hits to her back as she was bent over. Screaming, she fell to her belly once more and let it happen. It was the only choice she really had. Her only hope was that he would stop before he killed her. When she felt the cane move to crisscross her ass, she did the only thing she could. She gave up. Curling into a ball, she hoped it would be over soon, as the pain had all melded into one. Besides the occasional strike that pulled a scream from her, she was resigned to being silent. It was the one thing she could control. He wasn't going to stop until he was ready. And she was not going to give him any more pleasure in her pain than she already had.
Chapter 10. Cross's world was spinning, his head full of a million different questions. I'm sorry. You're going to have to run that by me again. She's alive, and we've known the whole time, Penn repeated, his voice never faltering, his eyes locked with Cross's. The need to jump over the desk that separated the two of them was damn near overwhelming, but he needed his questions answered before he killed the fucker. Why? Are you ready to sit there and listen to what I have to say? Or do you need a few minutes? If you don't start talking, I'm going to hurdle this desk and beat your face in. So you decide which path you want me to take. Penn nodded his head. I know this is hard. Before he could stop himself, Cross was out of his chair, and his fist had connected with the smug fucker's face. He was immediately grabbed and held back by the other men in the room, but the gesture was unnecessary. The single punch had been enough to satisfy his need for the moment. Don't fucking sit there and act like you know how I feel. You have no fucking idea. You've never mourned the loss of the love of your life, only to find out that the men you call your brothers have been hiding her from you. You don't know shit. Nothing. Let him go. Softly fingering the side of his face, Penn winced and watched as Cross shook off the men holding him. I know you're not happy with me, but this is the only solution we could come up with on such a short notice. We didn't have all the information we needed, and we knew she would be safe. This is not an excuse because, well, frankly, I don't need an excuse. We did what we should have done. Then what the fuck are you doing? Because it sure as hell sounds like an excuse. I'm explaining the thought process I had when I decided to put your fiancée in the hands of a fucking mafia boss. You mean when you put her very life in danger and ended mine? Oh, then kept me in the dark for 2 fucking years? Pretending to search for her when I thought I'd spotted her? Cross stopped talking abruptly. How many times did I see her, thinking my mind was playing tricks on me? And it was actually her. In the beginning, none. But as time went on, he took her out in public more and more, and there were a few times that the two of you crossed paths. So what makes this time any different from those others? Why, after all this time, are you telling me the truth? We've gathered all the evidence we needed. We're ready to move forward. So, my life can come off of hold now? Cross threw his hands in the air. How generous of you. Don't expect me to say thank you, but I need you to tell me why. Why now? Because someone else saw her too? Finally get sick of playing with my life? We were finally able to buy one of the women he's been selling, and she's willing to help us put him away, or at the very least, get him out of a position of power. Shock silenced Cross for a few seconds. That was not the response he was expecting, but soon the shock drained from his body, as did any strength he had left to hold himself up. With a long sigh, he collapsed into his chair. You left the woman I was supposed to marry in the hands of a human trafficker? She was in no danger. That fucking monster loved her. Always has in his own messed up way. What Stefano felt for her was never love. It was an obsession. He stood again. A need to have something that didn't want him back. Just another toy that he wanted solely because he was told he couldn't have it. You're right. But it was what he wanted, and we weren't in a position to deny him that. She's a fucking person, not a treat before dinner. I know. Cross shook his head. But you still chose to do this. It wasn't a decision we made lightly. It was hard as fuck. Do you know how many times over the years I've wanted to let you in on this? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware you were losing sleep over this. That makes it all fucking better. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to go along with our plan. Get her home to you, and take down Stefano. Oh, we're getting her home all right. And I'm going to beat her fucking ass for going along with this fucking scheme of yours. You can't do that. Why the fuck not? She's still mine. That's the thing. She doesn't know that. Doesn't. Cross shook his head. How in the hell does she not know that? Fuck, I swear to God, if you convinced her that I broke up with her, I will fucking kill you. No, not everything went as planned. When the other man didn't continue, he sighed heavily. Are you going to make me guess? She wasn't supposed to be kidnapped. What did she agree to? Cross paused. She did agree to do this, didn't she? Murphy agreed to pretend to fall for him and get us our required information. Penn held up a hand when he went to speak. She said she wouldn't do anything without you knowing. She was supposed to talk to you, but Stefano took matters into his own hands. Was she even in the accident? Or was that a lie too? She was, in fact. She was trapped for a bit as well. Stefano's men were able to get her out, but not before there was some lasting damage. Cross pounded his fist against the desk. Enough with the goddamned pauses. Just fucking tell me already. She was hurt in the accident. Physically, she is fine. A scar on her chest from the surgery to repair some damage. But that's the only physical evidence, from what I understand. Why do I feel that isn't it? What am I fucking missing? A brain injury. She can't remember anything before the time she woke up in the hospital bed with Stefano at her side. Cross sat heavily in a chair. The realization he wasn't there when she had needed him was too much for him to stand against. She doesn't remember me? No. She has memories of the accident, except in the form of nightmares, but that's it. However, Stefano hasn't allowed her to even try to remember. Every time she brings it up, he shuts her down. So, that could easily change. Cross sat in silence. Too many thoughts running through his head for him to put anything into words. She'd needed him, and he hadn't been there for her. How easily he'd stopped looking for her. He'd just taken their word for it, and convinced himself that his mind was playing tricks on him every single time he'd seen her. Even this last one. Fuck. She had needed him. Needed him to fight for her. To save her. Instead of being there for her, he'd been fucking his way through women in order to fill a void that never actually needed to be filled. I will never fucking forgive you fuckers for this. Never. I'm the only one in the club that knows. No one else here ever had an inkling of this being a possibility. Not even these two. Penn gestured to the men standing at the door, both of them looking nearly as pissed off as Cross felt. Bullshit. Cross leaned towards the MC Prez. You've been saying we this whole fucking conversation. Who the hell else would stand behind you for this fucked up scheme? A man on the inside of Stefano's operation. He's been with them the whole time, protecting her and gathering the information we've needed to take him down. And we finally have it. It is time to get your girl back. Fuck you. You're damn right we're going to get my girl back. And you'll be lucky if I leave you alive after this fuck show.
Chapter 11. The sound of the cane landing on naked flesh had his dick hardening in his pants. He both loved and hated when Stefano played with the woman. Loved it because he knew that in some twisted, a little bit fucked up way, Murphy was getting some of what she needed. Hated it because he knew this wasn't the man she was to be getting it from, and it was partly his fault. The scream that followed the strike had his heart stopping. That was not the noise a woman willingly taking part in a session would make. It was a scream of a woman in pain, crying out desperately for anyone to come help her. He didn't stop to think. He just ran to the office, through the open door, and right into Stefano, shoving him to the side. "What the fuck?" "What the fuck? That's what you've got to say?" Raging, Stefano righted himself and turned to his number two. "Joey, what the fuck are you doing?" "You're going to kill her. How do you not see that?" "I was disciplining my wife, well within my rights as her husband." Joey looked to the woman who now lay curled on her side on the floor, visibly shaking. "That's not discipline. That's manslaughter." He watched as the other man threw the cane to the ground and walked to the bar on the other side of the room. His anger had conceded enough. He was done hitting her for now. Wasting no time, Joey moved to the naked woman moaning on the floor. "Chicho?" Her eyes opened, and she looked to him, her face registering the slightest bit of recognition. "You have to go. You can't stay here." Anger grew inside of him. She was so out of it with pain, she thought she was dreaming of the accident. Only this time, it was her trying to take care of him in the crash. "Chicho, this isn't a dream. I need you to tell me where you are hurt the most." "Now you have a nickname for my wife?" Stefano sneered as he took a swig of the brown liquid in his crystal tumbler. Joey ignored him and turned back to the woman on the floor. "Chicho, where do you hurt the most?" Everywhere." Murphy moaned in pain as she moved. He looked over her offended areas and had to fight the urge to go after the fucker. "Baby, I need to get you dressed. You need a hospital." "And tell me, Joey, how are you going to explain all of these abrasions?" Stefano leered as he took a gulp of his drink. "I'm not. You'll be the one who has to explain them away. I'll be telling them what I know. I walked in on my boss taking a cane to his wife, and I intervened." Joey watched as the color drained from the monster's face. "Help me get her dressed." "No, please, no hospital. Just call Doc and he can fix me up," Murphy pled as she moved to get up. Joey placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head before looking back at Stefano. He wasn't sure if the man was more worried about the thought of taking her to the hospital or of having to explain to the very protective doc what had happened. Stefano Rossi may have been a mafia boss, but he wasn't a stupid man. He knew many of his men hadn't liked the choices he'd made or the direction he'd taken the family. Hell, half the men were still there out of loyalty to the woman now curled on the floor, and the other half were there simply because they didn't think there was a way out. He knew his organization was falling apart around him. He'd said it to Joey many times. But what he didn't know was just how close that crumbling foundation was to his feet. At that moment, the whiteness of his face gave away just how worried he was. "Take her upstairs. I'll call a doctor and get him here. You get her set up in bed." Stefano turned from the two of them and fished his phone out of his pocket. Taking the dismissal for what it was, Joey scooped up the battered woman, trying his damnedest not to make her cry any more than she was already. "Hold on, Chicho. I got you." Pulling the sheet back, he laid her in the king-sized bed and brushed the hair from her face. "I'll be right back." Joey moved to the ensuite bathroom and wetted a cloth as he pulled his phone from his pocket and hit the failure number. "Pen, it's time." "What do you mean?" "He took it too far. She's hurt and we need to get her out."
"Joey?"
Murphy called from the bedroom. Returning to the bedroom, he went directly to the side of the bed. "It's all right, Chicho. I've called in the reinforcements. They'll be here within the hour, and we'll get you safe again."
"Alaska."
Murphy moved to sit up, but laid back down when the movement had her grimacing. "We'll call her as soon as we get you safe. She'll want to be there for you."
"No, Stefano called someone and told them to take care of her."
She closed her eyes and allowed a tear to fall.
"I thought he was just being dramatic, but he is a monster."
"I know." Joey went back to his phone call. "How many guys do you have?"
"Right now, there are 5 of us here."
Penn exchanged a few mumbled words to someone else in the room.
"We can have more on their way, but they're a couple hours out, and we can't be there for at least another 2 hours. I'm still trying to get Cross to listen to me beyond demanding that we barge in guns ablaze."
He paused a second, the heavy sigh giving away just how hard this was for him.
"I don't understand. This was supposed to be a go for tomorrow night. Why are you suddenly moving the timeline up?"
"I don't know what happened, but he snapped. He hurt her, and I can't leave her here," Joey explained as he looked back to the now empty bed.
"Murphy? What the fuck?"
Hobbling to the closet, Murphy didn't even stop as she explained.
"I have to get to her. I can't find my phone to warn her, and you're not doing anything, so I have no choice. I have to go warn her."
"Fuck."
Returning to his phone call, Joey continued, "Look, I can't keep her in bed, wait for you guys, and help Alaska all at the same time. Doc is on his way. As soon as he gets here, I have to bounce."
"You're just going to fucking leave her?"
A commotion sounded from Penn's end of the line, but it was quieted quickly.
"You put a hit out on Alaska, and it's my fault that she is even involved in this," Joey growled.
"So I'm leaving her here with one of my trusted men and going to save Murphy's best friend's life because when all this is said and done, she's going to need Alaska."
"You trust this doc?" Penn asked.
"With my life and hers. I also trust that he will read Stefano the riot act, threaten him within an inch of his life, and make sure she is taken care of for no other reason than me telling him to." Joey turned his back from the battered woman. "I'm taking over when we get rid of Stefano, and it's not a well-kept secret. He'll do as he's told and do it happily, because he hates the shit Stefano is into just as much as the rest of us."
"Fine, but if you're not back by the time we get there, the Rossi house will fall to whomever it falls to."
"You let anyone but me take him out, and the Pine Ridge MC and the Rossi family will have issues."
Hurry your ass up." When the line went dead, Joey turned back to Murphy, who was leaning against the wall, pain clearly written across her face. "Back to bed."
"Alaska."
Scooping her up once more, he carried her back to where he needed her as his phone went off. "That's Doc. He's here to take care of you. I'm going to take care of Alaska."
"Promise me she'll be okay."
Her eyes were already drooping shut as the words fell from her mouth, her head lulled to the side. "I promise."
"Sandbox."
"What?"
"That's our safe word. It started as a joke, but if you say it, she'll know I sent you."
"Okay, rest. I'll be back." Standing, Joey turned and met the old doctor at the door. "Did you put the fear of God into him?"
"Bet your fucking ass I did. He knows better than this. Good way to get the cops looking into the family, and our pocketbooks don't have that kind of reach anymore."
Doc looked past him to the lump in the bed.
"How bad?"
"It's bad. Broken skin, guessing there's a bruised kidney or two, bruising all up and down her back, ass, and thighs. It's really fucking bad."
"You've heard of the hit he put out on her friend?"
"Yeah, I'm going to stop that now."
"There's no stopping it. He gave it to Tony. You're going to have to go to her and hope your presence is enough. And if it isn't—"
"Yeah, I know." Patting the old man on the back, he looked back at the woman one more time and left. He had shit to get done so he could come back and take care of more shit. Maybe pounding on the door that late at night wasn't the best idea, but Joey didn't think about it until he saw the barrel of a shotgun move the curtain over the window in the door.
"I don't know who the fuck you are, but I'm not afraid to shoot."
God, this woman was going to be the death of him. What had he been thinking when he'd went to bat for her with Stefano? Convincing him that Murphy needed a friend and Alaska was the woman for the job. "You've been thinking with your dick, but we don't have time for that now. Get her calmed down so she doesn't shoot you on the spot." "Alaska, my name is Joey Rossi."
"And?"
The gun moved, and Alaska's face appeared in the window for only a second.
"What do you want, Joey Rossi?"
"Murphy sent me. She's worried about you." There was a pause before she looked out the window again. Joey knew the little bit of light illuminating the porch wasn't enough for her to make out his features, but he had a feeling that she was looking past him, making sure he was alone. "She told me to say sandbox." He watched as the woman visibly relaxed and unlocked the door. She held it open for him, just enough for him to squeeze by, and as soon as he was in, the door shut and the gun was leveled on him.
"What the fuck happened?"
"He hurt her." The shotgun shook slightly, but she recovered quickly and looked him in the eye. It was then that her eyes went wide and recognition hit.
"You're the guy from the picture. The guy from the dreams."
"I was in the car accident with her, yes."
"Tell me."
The gun was no longer shaking. In fact, Alaska stood there steadier than ever. "We don't have time."
"You're damn well going to make time. That woman has been denied the ability to figure out her past for too long. Tell me."
Stepping forward, Joey pushed the gun to the side with his thigh and stepped into her space. The need to wrap his hand around her throat to guarantee he had her attention was near too much to handle, but he managed to refrain. "Stefano beat her tonight. Took a cane to her, broke the skin in multiple places, probably did a bit of damage to her kidneys, and generally beat the shit out of her until she was a crying, curled-up ball on the floor. Hell, he was still coming at her when I ran into the room. He only stopped because I didn't give him a choice. Even after all that, she was still trying to get dressed and come warn you, because she heard him put a hit out on you. After all of that, she was worried about you, and I will be damned if I'm going to let your stubborn ass keep me from keeping my promise to protect you. Now put the fucking gun down, grab your fucking purse, and let's get the fuck out of here."
Fuck. Is she okay?
She's going to take some time to heal, but she will be fine. There is a chance we won't be if you don't get your ass moving.
You sure do swear a lot.
I'm about to move from the second in command to a fucking mob boss. I'm allowed to swear. You, on the other hand, I can't decide if I like the dirty words falling from your mouth or not.
I want to get after you for being a chauvinistic pig about the whole women swearing thing, but did you just say mob boss?
Headlights moved across the room. Fuck, you distracted me and now they're here. We're going to have to fight. Joey grabbed her hand and pulled her down the hall. There any way I can convince you that I should be the only one who fights them off?
That depends. Do you have a black belt?
No, I have a gun and have been beating the shit out of lowlifes like these for the majority of my life.
As luck would have it, I've got a gun, a black belt, and my father made sure I could hit a moving target. You're not doing this alone.
Alaska pulled some shells out of her pocket and started putting them in the gun. You didn't even have the shells in the damn gun when you let me in the house.
You knew the safe word. And besides, all it usually requires is the sound of me pumping the shells into place, and most men take off running.
I don't even want to ask how you know that, or how many times you've had to use that piece of information. The sound of boots on the front porch had them both turning to the front door.
"Do they know you're here?"
Alaska asked over her shoulder. No, I parked down the block, and they wouldn't recognize my bike.
Good. Go out the back door, circle around the house, and you can surprise them from behind. I'll convince them that I'm a helpless woman who doesn't know the stock from the trigger, and we'll have this over in a few minutes.
I feel you may be underestimating these men.
And I feel like you're wasting precious fucking time that we don't have. I was raised by a man who wanted a son. I can handle them until you come from behind. Now get the fuck out."
Shaking his head, Joey crouched to the ground and moved through the kitchen. He was pulling the door shut behind him just as a boot connected to the front door, and the door swung open, banging on the wall behind it.
"Fuck,"
Alaska whispered.
"I really was hoping to get this security deposit back."
When she spoke again, louder than the last time, it was like a completely different person. Voice was soft and shaking. Hands shook on the shotgun.
Who are you?"
Damn. Even he was a little convinced that she was a soft woman who wasn't going to put up any real fight. And that was just what they needed. Making fast work of going around the small house, he was at the front door in a few seconds, sneaking past the splintered door.
"Well, what do you mean?"
Alaska stuttered as she met his eyes for only a second before looking back at the armed men. Tony and Crocker. Fuck. Joey would have preferred to not have to kill these two. Hell, he'd thought they were loyal to him. Turns out, he was fucking wrong. Damn it. He'd made it clear this morning that no orders from Stefano were to be carried out until further notice. Who else did he trust that had secretly been playing both sides? What I mean is, we don't want the cops to know you're dead when they come to investigate the kicked-in door that your neighbors are sure to report in the morning. So, get in the fucking car so we have more time to make this slow and painful." Alaska looked at him once more, and with the nod of his head, her fearful demeanor melted away, to be replaced with the hard-ass who had been bossing him around a few minutes ago.
"So, you think I'm just going to agree to the mob's torture?"
She pumped the shells into place before leveling it at the two of them, holding the long gun with confidence.
"You have about 3 seconds to get the fuck out of my house, or I'm going to fill you with lead shot."
"You may be able to take out one of us, maybe, but that still leaves the other," Tony leered.
"I may not take you both down in one shot, but lucky for me, this holds more than one shell."
A smile curled the corner of Alaska's lips.
And I have backup. Joey took a step forward, wrapped his arm around Tony's shoulders, and dragged the slim, silver blade across his throat. Blood sprayed from his jugular, covering the walls in crimson red that he knew would soon turn a dark, almost black color as it dried. Pride swelled in his chest for the woman in front of him. She hadn't cringed or faltered in the slightest when the blood of the now dying man had hit her in the face. No, the woman he'd chosen to go to bat for all those months ago, the woman he'd been watching and protecting from his boss, had way more spunk than he'd given her credit for. "Your turn," Alaska rumbled before moving her finger the slightest bit toward the trigger. "Wait!" Crocker looked over his shoulder and put his hands in the air as he took a step away from the duo. "I didn't have a choice. I had to go along or I was going to be dead. You know I'm loyal to you, Joey." "Prove it." Joey made a show of wiping the blood from his blade onto the discarded hand towel he'd picked up. "Do you have your phone? I texted you, tried to warn you of what was going on. I sent a message." Crocker spoke rapidly, but there was a firm tone behind his voice. "Don't fucking move." Joey didn't take his eyes off the other man as he pulled his phone from his pocket. Sure enough, there was a text telling him what was happening. Putting his knife back in the sheath, he gave a nod. "Okay, I believe you." "Are you fucking kidding me?" Alaska questioned, her eyes going wide. "You get a fucking text and suddenly everything is okay?"
"Everything isn't okay, but I have bigger shit to deal with right now."
Joey looked at the blood splattered across the room and all over Alaska.
"First thing that needs to happen is you need to change before Crocker takes you to a safe house."
"Excuse me?"
Alaska asked, dropping the gun for the first time so she could put her hand on her hip.
You guys have some shit to figure out. I'll be in the car."
Crocker left the silent room as quickly as he could. As soon as he was out of sight, Joey turned back to Alaska. "Put the gun away and go get changed. I have stuff to get done, and you can't stay here with this mess."
"I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you don't get to dictate what I do. I'm a grown-ass woman and can do as I damn well please. Now get the fuck out of my house."
"Stop and think before you do something that you're going to regret. Does it shock you that I see the intent in your eyes?"
"Get out of my house."
She started to move the butt of the gun back to her shoulder, pausing when he spoke again. "Think before you threaten me with that gun. You will not like the consequences of that action." Defiance clear on her face, Alaska brought the gun up and leveled at his chest.
"Get out."
That was all the further she got in her demand before Joey moved. With the palm of his hand, he pushed the barrel of the gun so it wasn't pointed at his person and stepped into her personal space. "You were warned." He pulled the gun from her hands a second before fisting her hair and pulling her head back. "You don't get to go all Annie Oakley on me. Now you get your ass beat, and then you will do as you're told." She fought him, dug her nails into the back of his hand, and kicked out at him. He didn't fucking care. He'd warned her, and he would be damned if a little yoga sprite was going to fuck up the future he had planned for the family. He marched her through the bedroom and went straight to the bathroom. Sitting on the counter was what he was looking for. Picking up the hairbrush, he spun it in his hand and smiled at her. "This will do."
"The fuck it will!"
Alaska grabbed a hold of the door frame as he steered her back to the bedroom.
"You're not hitting me with that."
"Hitting you with it? No. Spanking your ass with it? Abso-fucking-lutely." He didn't pry her hand off the wood. There was no need for that. He simply pulled her hair tighter and waited her out. He wasn't hurting her or causing any permanent damage, but there was enough force behind his grip that her fight wasn't going to last long. With an extra little twist, her hands went to her head, and a swear fell from her lips. "That's what I thought."
"No, I'm not consenting to this." Her choice of words had him pausing. "You're in the lifestyle?"
"That's none of your fucking business."
"That's a yes." Joey pulled her in front of him so he could see her eyes. "You were warned. You were told you would be punished if you did something threatening again, and you did it anyway. This was your choice, Annie. Your doing. I'm simply picking up the challenge you laid down. But now you want out of it. Why? Because I'm following through?"
"I didn't consent."
"And I didn't wake up this morning planning to kill a man I've known my whole life. Shit happens. And, unfortunately for you, I am about to take over as the head of a motherfucking mafia family, and I can't have the news get around that I let a little woman get the better of me. You're taking this punishment, and you will wear your marks with pride because you should. Fuck, I'm damn proud of you and what you were able to do today. But you officially were put under my protection when I killed for you."
"Fuck you."
Joey tipped his head to the side as he sat on the edge of her bed. "Seeing as you are still able to talk, are not paralyzed with fear, you're a motherfucking black belt and you haven't used the safe word, you're getting your ass beat. Unless you do one of those things in the next, he looked to his watchless wrist. "About 30 seconds. He sat there, his fist still in her hair, letting her glare a hole into his head, and waited the allotted time. Waited for her to take him out with a move of her skills, or to stop him with a safe word that had somehow become theirs. Say the word, Alaska Jane. The fucking brat pressed her lips together and narrowed her eyes.
"Fuck you, and the horse you rode in on."
So be it. As soon as he touched the button of her jeans, she tried to pull away. Joey enjoyed the half-assed struggle she gave. She wiggled and pushed against him before running her nails down his arm. "Enough with the claws, little hellcat. If you draw blood, I'm going to add more."
"You have no right to give me any."
"And yet, you still don't utter your safe word. Sandbox is all it would take. It would stop everything, for now." When all she did was slap him across the face, he glared at her. "You're just pushing all the buttons." He released her hair, made quick work of the button on her jeans, and yanked them down to mid-thigh. He would have liked to say that he didn't take the time to check out her gorgeous, deep purple lace underwear, or the way her naked mound peeked out from between the dips and weaves of the lace, but that would have been a lie, even if it was just a quick glance. Joey expected a fight, expected the little woman in his arms to scratch, kick, and swing at him, but she didn't do any more of that. Sure, she pushed at his chest and twisted in the circle of his legs, but it was a half-assed attempt at best. No, this was a woman who knew she shouldn't want this, but had a little voice in the back of her head begging her to let someone else take care of her for once. Guess he was the man she chose. With minimal effort, he flipped her over his left thigh, his elbow going to the middle of her back to help hold her down, while his right leg caught hers so she couldn't kick. "Over your underwear first, protect some of your modesty, but if you don't take this as I think you should, they'll be coming down."
"Fuck you."
"And we are off to a rousing start." As soon as he brought his hand down, a series of curses fell from Alaska's mouth.
"Fuck, fuck, fuck!"
He paid her no mind, simply took a mental tally of each disrespectful phrase and dirty word that spewed from her mouth. She would pay for them. After all, he had warned her. At first, he focused on the fullest part of her cheeks, enjoying the way the pale flesh turned a beautiful shade of pink. Swift through swats, landing with purpose and determination. There was a good chance that as soon as he finished this, she was going to make him pay for each and every punishing spank, so he was going to make it count.
"Stop!"
Joey moved to where the lace ended on the bottom of her cheeks as he spoke.
That's not going to happen. You have this and then some coming.
But what about Murphy? We need to go to her. Please, stop.
He paused long enough to glance at his watch. We have at least another hour before I have to head back. We'll be finishing this out. As he finished talking, his thumbs slipped into the side of her panties and pulled them as far down as the hold he had on her would allow. Fuck. The glistening of her sex was perfect. Fucking perfection. Bare pink flesh peeked back at him, the soft lips pouting, begging to be touched. And there was his cock, right on time, drilling into her hip.
But you said...
Alaska looked over her shoulder, her hair coming loose of its tie and covering her face.
You said you would let me keep my underwear. You conniving fucking liar.
I said that I would let you have your modesty, as long as you took your punishment with grace. Does swearing a blue streak and calling me every name you can think of meet that criteria? He gave her a few seconds to contemplate her answer. I didn't think so. Ignoring the mumbles coming from the draped form that lay over his lap, he used one hand to work the belt around his waist loose and slide it from his loops. There it was, the confirmation he had been looking for. The clenching of her core indicated that her body wanted this, even if her head was screaming that she didn't.
Well, what are you doing?
I think you know.
I'm pretty sure I need to hear you say it.
Her sex was weeping now more than it had before, but he knew her brain needed time to catch up with her body, so he indulged her. I'm getting ready to whip your ass with my belt. You see, you pointed that gun at me, and no one gets to do that without ramifications. Honestly, you're lucky that a whipping is all you're getting.
Then you'll be done? You'll let me up, and we can go check on Murphy?
After you take the licks you're owed, I will let you up, and then go deal with all things Murphy.
Wait, what?
This time Alaska turned to him as much as he would allow and awkwardly shoved the hair from her face.
You're going to go deal? We are going to go deal with this.
Absolutely not.
You don't get to tell me no. You're not my boss. You have no right.
Joey looked pointedly at the naked ass that still lay over his legs, waiting for the kiss of his belt. Are you sure about that?
That's not the point. I'm submitting to this. I will not back down with helping my friend. I will not submit to you on that.
He searched her face for a few seconds before nodding his head. Fine, you can come with me. But you will do as you're told, when you're told, no questions asked.
But
I'm not arguing with you. Joey laid a few licks of the leather across her ass. If you go with me and you put yourself in danger, I am going to make this whipping look like love taps. Do you understand me? When she didn't answer quickly enough, he started in on her ass again. Hard lashes fell, striping her flesh a gorgeous red that quickly turned pink.
Okay.
The lashes slowed and then stopped, allowing Alaska to take a few deep breaths.
I'll keep myself safe. I promise.
When she started to push from his lap and didn't get anywhere, she looked at him once more.
Can I get up?
No, your punishment isn't over yet.
But you belted me already.
Those were to show you what would happen if you disobeyed because I cannot put you at risk. Fuck, the only reason I'm allowing you to go with me is because I'm worried if I tell you no, you will show up anyway and be in even more danger. Now we are going to finish this punishment. Helping her to her feet, he moved her around to face him. I want to lay you over the edge of the bed. Can I trust you to stay where I put you, or do you need me to hold you down?
You could just stop now.
Shaking his head, he spun her back around and pushed her over the bed, ass high, sex peeking out from between her thighs. With his hand between her shoulder blades, Joey held her down as he took aim at her ass. 20.
I'll hold you down, but if you wiggle your ass and make me miss my mark, that's on you, Alaska." He didn't wait for her to answer. There was no need for a response. Instead, he laid the leather across her ass. It wasn't a love tap, but it wasn't as harsh as the ones he'd given her earlier. He intended on sticking to his word. If she put herself in danger, the punishment for that would be much worse.
Chapter 12. The cold wind against his face had it feeling like pins and needles were piercing his flesh. He should have taken the face shield he'd been offered, but his stubborn ass had refused. Cross was at the back of the pack of motorcycles. He'd not been given a choice. The other guys were worried he'd go in guns blazing and take out anyone in his path. They were not wrong. If he hadn't had the two guards at his side this whole ride, with the orders of taking out his bike if he tries anything, he would have ditched the horde of bikes miles ago and already been at the house. But that wasn't how things were done. There were rules and expectations that were to be followed. Just because he was fucked over doesn't mean he's going to do the same to them. Looking around at a sea of black and chrome, Cross took in the familiar sight. That was his home. The men on the bikes were his brothers, and the women waiting for them at home were just as much his to take care of as they were theirs. Then why did he feel like he was lost? He caught sight of the man behind his disconnection. Penn was at the front of the pack, leading the way into battle as a good leader does. Good leader, my ass. Cross tightened the grip he had on his handlebars as he glared daggers into the other man's back. He was struggling. He didn't trust the man that was currently leading him into battle, but knew it was the only way to get his girl back. Fuck. His Murphy was alive. He still hadn't been able to wrap his head around it. She'd been right there, under his nose, the whole fucking time. The thought had his eyes moving back up to the matte black bike, and the man straddling it. How the fuck was he going to forgive the fucking asshole? Beat the shit out of him? Call for his place in the club? Go after what he loves? No. None of those would work. Cross wasn't about that eye for an eye bullshit. No. He was going to have to walk away. There was no forgiving what he had done, and honestly, he wasn't sure he believed that none of the other guys had known about it. The trust he'd had with the men before all this happened, hell, the trust he'd had for his brothers just a few hours ago, was gone. The bikes around him started to slow, the roar of the motors softening and pulling him out of his head. They were a few miles from the house, so it was time to make sure everyone knew their roles. When they finally came to a stop, Penn climbed from his bike and turned to address the crowd. "Remember, we're here for backup only." Cross's blood boiled. He didn't fucking like this plan, but what could he do about it? He was a fucking pawn in this game, and always had been. "You expect Cross to just sit back and allow them to do all the work?" Tink asked. His glare said to kill. "I don't think you get to make the fucking call on this one. His girl is in there, and you put her there. You want to challenge my standing?" Penn stepped up to the other man, head held high, determination clear on his face. "We're all here. You can challenge me or my position. It is well within your rights." Penn looked to Cross, waiting for him to give his opinion, and of course he was torn. Did Cross think the man standing before him deserved to lead the club? Fuck no. But this wasn't the time, and honestly, he wasn't sure if he cared anymore. Right now, Cross looked Penn dead in the eyes. "I need my girl back. She was taken from me, and now is my chance to get her back. I just need her safe, and if this is how I get that, then I'm good with it. For now." Penn nodded, and strode back to his bike, giving their club president his back for the rest of the orders. Cross didn't pay any more attention to what was being said. His head was too caught up in the fact that his girl was only a few miles away. He was going to be holding her soon. The feel of her in his arms. His cock twitched as his mind turned to sex. Fucking thing had a mind of its own. Cross! Looking up, Cross saw that Penn was just a few feet in front of him, clearly waiting for an answer to a question. He didn't give a shit if he'd been coming off rude for these last few hours. All respect he had for the man, and the men that stood by his side, was gone. Yeah? I need to know if you're going to follow the plan. Don't want your number one pawn going rogue. Penn took a deep breath. You either give me confirmation, or I get men to stay back with you and make sure you stay out of the way. I will not have this thing going south and putting everyone, including your girl, in danger. His fist flew through the air and connected with the other man's nose. The retaliation he knew he was going to face came instantly, as Penn returned the favor and punched him the same way, causing his eyes to water. Blinking them away, Cross swung again, connecting with Penn's cheekbone. It wasn't hard enough. He knew it the second it connected, because an uppercut landed on his diaphragm, forcing the air from his lungs. The next hit was another to the nose, sending Cross stumbling back before he fell on his ass. In an instant, Penn was straddling his waist, with his arm cocked back. Are you done? Fuck you. I'll never be fucking done. You took her from me. You kept me in the fucking dark for years. Some fucking leader you are. I made a hard fucking choice. A choice I never wanted to make in the first place, let alone do it again. But I would. You don't understand how many people were helped in these past 2 years, or who we kept from being hurt in the future. Penn threw himself to a sitting position next to Cross. You were supposed to be let in on the whole thing, but plans changed. Circumstances change, and I had no choice. Fuck you. There was a fucking choice there. You just took the easiest path for you. You think this was easy? Penn questioned. It was the hardest fucking thing I ever had to do. But it had to be done. You keep saying that it had to be done. Say it as many times as you need to, but I don't fucking buy it. Cross sat up and swiped at his nose. You took the easy road. You think watching my brother mourn the loss of his woman was easy? You still think I'm your fucking brother? Cross went to his feet, shaking his hand and throwing the blood from his fingers. I'm here to get Murphy back. Nothing more. So, no, I won't interfere with your plan. I'll stand back like the good little soldier we've been groomed into being. But as soon as I have her back in my arms, I'm out. You can take this brotherhood and shove it right up your ass. Penn stood as he nodded his head. I can't say I would do any different. So, I'll let you. And anyone else who feels they can't trust me, he looked to Tink, go. But not until after we get Murphy back.
Chapter 13.
Chichio.
Murphy knew the deep voice was talking to her, but she also knew it wasn't the man she was hoping would be calling for her. Cross? Silence fell over the room. Eerie, almost too quiet silence, and she opened her eyes. Where's Cross? The rest of the club, they should be here by now.
They had to assemble. They're a couple of miles out still, but they are on their way.
The man standing at the side of her bed stepped back, allowing an older man to step up.
Do you know who I am?
Doc questioned as he took her wrist into his hand. I remember. Murphy stated, knowing that they are going to have a million questions. I remember it all. You were in the accident with me. She nodded to Joey. I'm shocked you're standing here, but not because I know who you are. You're supposed to be dead.
What about me?
Doc asked again, concern showing clear on his face. You've got a fondness for shots, Doc. I'm not sure I could ever forget you.
I only give shots when they are needed. It isn't my fault your vaccines need to be caught up, Sassy.
Are you worried? Murphy asked, looking between the men.
You're going to have to be more specific with that question. There are a lot of things to be worried about.
Joey stated, as he stepped back up to the bed and carefully sat on the edge. What happened? Murphy stifled a scream as she moved to sit up, but she forced herself upright anyway. Cross, is he okay?
He is fine, Joey stated. Stubborn, scared, and pissed the fuck off, but he is fine and is waiting for a call saying you're free to be his again.
I didn't get a chance to tell him. Murphy closed her eyes tightly, worried she already knew the answer to her question. When I disappeared, what did Penn tell him?
He told him you were dead,
Joey stated, almost stoically.
With the accident and the fire, there wasn't much else we could have told him that wouldn't have had him storming the house without a thought.
You really think that was the best idea? Murphy shook her head. You should have told him. Hell, Penn should have told him.
I think I'm missing the meek little mouse that she was,
Doc mumbled as he stepped away and out of the room. Narrowing her eyes as the door closed behind him, Murphy fought the urge to flip off the door. I don't have to be the meek little mouse anymore. I know who I am now, what I'm capable of.
He'll get used to it.
He won't, because I won't be here. Turning back to the man she'd heard Stefano talk about for 2 years, Murphy asked another question. Why didn't I ever see you before now?
Strategy on both mine and Stefano's part. Stefano was worried you would remember. I guess I was worried of that as well for the first bit you were here. Then I couldn't bring myself to face you.
Why not? Sighing heavily, Joey looked to his lap.
I'm the reason you're here. The reason you were trapped in a life that wasn't yours. The reason Cross thought you were dead.
Did you order me kidnapped before I could talk to him?
God, no.
Offer to take me yourself so you knew the job was done correctly?
Fuck no.
Joey moved his neck to one side, allowing it to crack.
I did volunteer. But because I knew it would be the only way I would be able to make sure you weren't harmed. I needed to make sure they didn't hurt you. I can do a lot of things, but I couldn't let another woman get hurt because of my inability to step in, to take him down.
Did you hurt all those women?
That's not the point.
It never is. Murphy changed the subject. How long has it been since Cross found out I was alive? A few days?
Few hours.
Hours? You're shitting me, right? Murphy asked, eyes wide. There's no way he's in a headspace good enough to help with any of this.
First off, watch your mouth, Joey warned before moving on. Second, he won't be anywhere near here until it's over. We can't trust him to keep his head on straight.
Can you blame him? He just found out some devastating news.
Devastating? How is that devastating? He was told you were alive and well.
He was told I was alive after he'd stopped looking for me. Murphy shook her head as she moved to the edge of the bed. Cross isn't ever going to forgive himself. He stopped looking. He gave up, and he'll have to fight the demons in his head for a long time because of that. Joey squeezed his eyes for a second before looking her dead in the eyes.
I'm sorry. This was the only choice we had.
Don't be. Things changed. We couldn't wait any longer, and honestly, if I had woken up from that car accident and found out you had wasted our inn, I would have killed you.
You would have just joined the long list of things and people who have tried.
Murphy lifted her hand to touch his cheek, but caught herself before she connected with the scarred, tight-looking skin. Is that from the accident?
Yeah. I was pulled out, but the flames were hot, and the damage was already done.
I'm sorry. Murphy squeezed his hand and waited for his eyes to connect with hers. I tried to get them to help you. Even after they had me in the other vehicle, I tried.
Stop. Joey's face went stern. None of this is your fault. Do you understand me? This is not on you.
I know. I just needed you to know that I tried and that I didn't go with them quietly.
Trust me, I heard all about it. The guys complain about it all the time. Shocked that a small woman would put up such a fight for her kidnapper.
Smiling sadly, Murphy shook her head. What can I say? I have an issue leaving a man to die. With a deep breath, she gave herself a slight shake, pulled her hand from his, and changed the subject. How's Alaska?
Fine. Joey huffed a laugh. A little sore, but good. She's here and safe.
So now what? Murphy studied the man across from her. What's the plan?
The plan is to topple the hierarchy.
Murphy tried her damnedest to hide how sore she was when she walked behind Joey into the dining room. Knew it would only give him satisfaction knowing she was hurt, that she'd learned her lesson. Her blood rolled with the thought. She hated the person she had been with him. Hated how much he had been able to change her. How meek she'd been with him. She'd promised herself years ago that she was never going to be meek again. And she'd failed, miserably. That ended tonight.
You remember the plan?
Joey asked from his position in front of her. You mean the one where I have to act like the meek little woman he's always had? At his nod, she continued. Yeah, I remember.
What about the rest of it?
A smile curled her lips. Yeah, I definitely remember that.
Okay then, let's get this done so you can get to your man.
Murphy took a deep breath before she nodded for him to open the door. As soon as he did, her mask fell into place and the meek wife was there at the forefront. Doc and Stefano already sat at the table, neither man speaking nor looking at the other. But both of their eyes went to her. Stefano's were still full of anger. Doc's thinly veiled concern. The rest of the long table was also full. Various members of that family sat around the heavily scarred wood.
Nice of you two to join us,
Stefano grumbled. Physically biting her tongue, Murphy dropped her eyes and moved to her chair at the left of Stefano, making sure to let enough of her discomfort show as she took a seat. She settled and waited.
Someone want to tell me why the hell we had to call this meeting right now?
One of the men questioned from a few seats away.
I didn't call it, so your guess is as good as mine.
Stefano looked to Doc, who just shrugged.
I called it,
Joey said from his position behind his chair. He hadn't even bothered to sit.
I walked in tonight to Stefano trying to kill his wife. Discipline is not killing her,
Stefano growled, his fists hitting the table.
What I walked in on was not discipline. She was bleeding, bruised, and you were so blind to anything but your sadistic satisfaction that you didn't see it.
Joey looked away from Stefano, effectively dismissing him.
That's why I called this meeting. It was proven to me in that moment that this meeting could not wait for tomorrow night. You hadn't told us what the meeting was for yet either.
Another man muttered.
Tomorrow night's meeting was to topple the hierarchy that is this family.
Joey gave a nod to a man she hadn't noticed before, who turned and knocked once on the door that led to the kitchen.
That right there was a signal of the beginning of the end. What the fuck are you talking about?
Stefano questioned as he started to stand. He didn't get too far. Doc was on his feet and pushing him back down faster than anyone thought he could move. It was when she saw Stefano's face pale, some of the nerves ebbed away. It was the reminder she needed. He was only a man, not a king or the god he thought himself to be. A small, horrible man.
That knock was the 5-minute signal,
Joey stated as he started walking the length of the room.
5 minutes. That's the amount of time some of you have left to live. It is also the amount of time some of you have to make a choice. In the end, these next 5 minutes will change all of our lives. Some for the better. He looked to Murphy. Some for the worse. It is up to you which way yours goes.
Various degrees of glares were aimed his way, but Joey didn't seem to notice. Murphy, on the other hand, felt it every time a set of eyes landed on her, felt them burning into her, accusing, questioning.
If you look around, you'll see that many of our key members are not here. Well, in this room.
Joey pointed to a few vacant chairs.
Those men have no need to be here. Those men have other jobs for tonight. Those men came to me asking for change. Those men are loyal to me, along with a few of the men in this room, as you can see. So, that's what this is. A coup.
Stefano scoffed.
No one is going to side with you. They are loyal to the family, and I am that family. I am the one who has sacrificed and bled for this family.
One of the men towards the end of the table choked on his drink.
Sacrificed? What the fuck have you given up for this family? That's enough, Diedrich. One of the older men admonished. No, Joey barked back. This is not a house of silence any longer. He's not even real family. The old man sneered a second before a deafening boom sounded through the room and his head dropped to the table, the pool of blood growing around it. Murphy's hands went to her mouth to muffle the scream that was already echoing off the surrounding walls. The old gray-haired man was dead. The hole in his head made that clear enough, but the unblinking eyes were a dead giveaway. Her eyes moved to Joey, who was putting the gun back in the holster at his side as he did the sign of the cross from his head to his chest. He'd shot him. No thinking about it, no hesitation. He'd simply shot the man point blank. It should have terrified her, scared the shit out of her. But it didn't. Yes, she'd screamed, but she didn't fear the man standing before her. No, she trusted him with her very life, and the killing that had taken place was just as much to save her life as it was an end to his. What the fuck, Joseph?
Stefano yelled from his chair a second before, looking over his shoulder to Doc.
Are we just going to let him run us into the ground? You're going to stand there and let him kill this family. No, I'm not letting him do that. Doc shook his head sadly. I learned my lesson the first time I allowed that to happen.
And when was that, Doc? Joey asked, as he pulled a hanky from his pocket and wiped the splattering of blood from his face.
When I allowed Stefano to convince me he was taking the family in the right direction with his human trafficking.
Doc stepped away from the man he had previously been guarding and looked to the other men in the room.
I can tell by your faces that some of you didn't know how Stefano had been doing business. I can also tell by some that they are very aware of how he was doing it.
Joey gestured to the dead man. He knew. In fact, he was the man who Stefano took the idea to first. Not only that, he was a bigot, and I will not have that shit under my new order. This time, Stefano did stand, his fists pounding against the table as his face reddened in rage.
Your new order! What else did you think this meeting was for?
Joey questioned, his face not giving away a thing.
Did you think this was only to address the way you've been treating your wife?
Murphy felt the eyes around the room land on her. This was the plan. Joey had told her this is how it would go. But she hadn't been prepared for the way it would feel.
Murphy.
The oldest man among them spoke. He reminded her of her grandfather, a loving old man who she had no doubt could still knock the young men of the group down a peg or two with just a few words.
Murphy, has he hurt you?"
Swallowing hard, Murphy met the elder's eyes. "Do you mean other than his insistence that I don't try to get my memory back? Or his original crime against me? You know, the kidnapping that caused me to lose my memory in the first place." Murphy watched as the eyes that were all on her just a second ago swung to the man at the head of the table. "Or do you mean the physical abuse I've endured?" Slowly, Murphy stood and turned her back to the table. She then pulled the straps of her dress off her shoulders and allowed the loose-fitting garment to fall to the floor, leaving her naked. Gasps, swears, and the sound of fists hitting the table filled the room. This goes far, far beyond what I had consented to as part of our dynamic. Murphy bent to pull her dress back up her body before she turned to address the room. This was his anger, his hatred, his unchecked control, and it is partially your faults. She watched as varying emotions played across the faces of the men. Guilt, anger, annoyance. But the one that grew most was hatred. And that emotion crossed their features a second before they looked to Stefano. "He did this to me. But you allowed it to happen."
"Now hold it right there. I didn't know this was happening. How was I supposed to know he was doing this to you? And who am I to stick my nose in another man's marriage?"
Another man spoke up. "Tell me one thing. Where did you think I'd come from? One night he was single, and then the next he had a woman in a coma in his house." Murphy pointed at the man. "You see, I remember. I remember the conversations you had with Stefano while at my bedside. How you told him that this could not come back to make trouble for the family. How you would allow him to do a lot of things, but you wouldn't allow him to harm your name. How you didn't care how he got me here, as long as it stayed quiet. Guess what? It is no longer quiet." It took all Murphy had to stand still when the gun was fired. But she'd been ready for it. She'd seen Joey pull it from his holster. Looked like the old man should have been paying a little more attention as his body slumped to the side with his mouth hanging open.
"Is this an execution?"
The man who reminded her of her grandfather asked, his face an emotionless mask as he looked at Joey.
"Not for everyone, no,"
Joey responded.
"But I won't hesitate to take anyone out that I feel is a threat to this family." "Why isn't Doc dead?" Diedrich questioned, eyeing the old man. "He knew of the trafficking. Why is he still living?" "Because when he found out, about 2.5 years ago, he came to me."
Joey turned to Stefano.
"He had no intention of telling anyone else of your side business. But Doc walked in on a conversation, and Stefano had no choice but to bring him in on what was going on. I should have shot him on the spot," Stefano sneered. "You really should have, because that was the night I decided to stop being your second-in-command and start working towards my rightful place as the family head."
Joey moved to the end of the table.
"It was also the night I discovered your obsession with a rival family's daughter, your botched deal with her mother to marry her, and the resulting obsession with her. You should really learn to hide shit like that better, especially if you're the head of a family like you were."
Stefano corrected fiercely.
"I am the head of this family. I earned this place. I fought for it. I am this family." "That's where you're wrong. You see, when you cheated your way to the top, I was young and scared, too scared to tell Uncle Tony of the nasty ways about you."
Joey sneered as he pulled the chair at the end of the table out and allowed the lifeless body to fall from it. Holding Stefano's eye, Joey took the seat directly across from him, formally announcing his stance against the current head of the family. It was Murphy's time to speak. Your second mistake was thinking that just because I didn't remember cognitively, that I wouldn't remember at all. Not bothering to take his eye off his cousin, Stefano barked an order.
Shut up, Murphy. I will deal with you later.
No, Stefano. You will never deal with me again. Murphy smiled when he finally glanced her way. You underestimated me. You thought I would just meekly do as I was told, and that the personality I had before would stay a thing of the past. But you were wrong. The person I was before, no, I am, has always been here, hasn't she? Tell me, when was the first time you saw it? When was the first time I made you pause and think? Made you really wonder if I was faking it?
There is no way. No, I would have noticed if you were faking. You weren't faking.
Stefano looked between her and Joey.
No, it was too real, too genuine.
You're right. I wasn't faking it. But I remember now. Murphy took a step back as Stefano pushed his chair back. In fact, you want to know the exact moment I remembered who you were? Who I was? It was when you were dragging me off to your office. It reminded me of a time I had pissed off my father. I dared speak my mind, and he'd grabbed me, much like you did, and pulled me to his office for a beating. She scoffed. He was much like you in that, hiding the abuse, calling it love and discipline. The both of you are monsters.
Yet, your father wouldn't stand by the deal I made with your mother.
Stefano moved towards her, taking slow, deliberate steps.
He said a real man, an honorable man, goes to another man to make a deal, not the wife.
He has a point, one of the others mumbled from their seat. Stefano, if I were you, I would stop where you are. Joey motioned to one of the men at the door, and it opened.
I have a feeling you're not going to want to be any closer to this door or the man coming out of it than you have to be.
Through the door stepped a stunning redhead, Alaska, and Penn. At the sight of him, Murphy's heart ached, and she longed to run to the first real person she'd seen from her past. But she knew that couldn't happen. She knew that the sudden movement on her part would put an end to this meeting before it was time. So, she settled for a single spoken word. Penn.
Hey, darling.
Penn smiled sadly before turning back to the men at the table.
Stefano, I'm going to guess you recognize your own merchandise. What did you call her again?
Number 212. The woman held up her arm, displaying the number tattooed into her skin. You even permanently imprinted it on me, so you wouldn't forget. Murphy heard the shake in the woman's voice, but that fear didn't show anywhere else. Not in how she held herself or her expression, and aside from occasionally having to shift, she stood tall. They don't call me that anymore, she finished, swallowing hard. I have a real name.
What's that, club whore?
Stefano sneered.
After all, they did buy you from me. It's only fair they get their money's worth.
Corey. She spoke the name with determination and pride.
Seems like the perfect name for the whore I found on the street corner.
Stefano looked to Penn.
Enjoy that one.
Murphy watched as Penn fought his need to kill the man, but they all knew that wasn't in the plan.
You see, gentlemen, he is putting the family at risk. If she is willing to talk and help us, what about the other women he sold? How many of them have pointed the authorities back to us?
Joey looked from man to man.
He's been doing this for years, making irresponsible choices. If he is willing to be this stupid, who knows what else he has done. "We need to know what you want, boy," one of the men stated. "What are you wanting our permission to do?" "You misunderstand. I'm not asking for permission." Joey looked to Stefano. "I'm taking over the family. You see, every man who isn't here is either dead, gone into hiding because they knew I wanted them dead, or already backing me. That leads me to my final question. Are you on my side or not?"
Diedrich and the man Joey called Nano instantly stood and moved to stand behind Joey. It took a few seconds, but one by one, the few remaining men followed suit.
"Murphy."
Joey held out his hand, waiting for her to take it. It was decision time. She'd moved with every step Stefano had taken towards her, so she was only a few steps away from the man. But she hesitated. Joey had told her that it was up to her, explained that this one was hers if she decided to take it, said he would make sure that if Murphy did choose that path, that the consequences would never touch her. And she believed him.
"It's your choice," Joey reminded her. "You do what you think you need to, but know that no matter what decision you make, each one of them comes with their own nightmares."
Nodding her head, Murphy moved to join Joey and the other men. It was time for her to go back to her life, despite the voice screaming in the back of her head. Her fingers brushed Joey's as her arm was yanked back and she was pulled against Stefano's chest. Each of the men in front of her moved their hands to their holsters, ready to grab their guns and defend her. But Joey held out his hands and motioned for them all to stand down.
"No one move. I have coveted you for so long, and now that I have tasted you, I crave you."
Stefano whispered in her ear.
"I will not go back to a life without you. I will not go back to coveting you."
"Let her go, Stefano," Alaska ordered. Murphy didn't pay her any mind. She knew her friend wouldn't like this. Knew she was going to struggle with it, but it needed to be done. It couldn't end any other way than with her in his arms. Stefano wouldn't let it. "You're not going to have to," Murphy whispered back, leaning into her husband, allowing him to take her weight. Stefano's hold on her loosened, and he buried his face in her neck.
"I love you, Murphy."
"And I damn you, Stefano." As she spoke, she lifted her leg and pulled the gun from the holster that was affixed to her lower thigh. Releasing the safety, she pressed the barrel to his ribs and fired. Murphy got 3 bullets into him before he fell away from her and landed on the carpet with a soft thud. Murphy felt it, the wet warmth of the blood that covered her back. But she didn't pay it any mind, as she turned and crouched to address the dying man at her feet. "You kept me from living my life. You kept me from loving the people who truly cared about me, and for that, I damn you." Stefano's attempt to talk resulted in a sickening gurgle as blood bubbled from his mouth. "I do have to thank you also, because if it weren't for you, I would not have met Alaska, and I wouldn't have known how strong I really am." Murphy straightened and turned to walk away as a clammy hand landed on her foot. It was easily shaken away, but she spared one last glance over her shoulder. "You fucked with the wrong O'Carroll." Epilogue. Walking out of the house was different for Murphy that time. It was the last time and the first time all at once. She would never go back. Never have to tiptoe down the hallway again. Never be expected to be the perfect wife to her pretend husband, and never again fear the unknown of her past. As far as firsts went, it was glorious. For the first time, she was walking out with her head held high. She knew who she was, and she knew where she was headed. For the first time in 2 years, she was Murphy Louise O'Carroll again, and she couldn't wait to see where the future led her. Kiwi. The sound of her beloved nickname had her looking through the smattering of people. He was there. He was the only one who called her that. So she knew he was there. She just had to find him. Searching the group of people was almost too much. The amount of faces she recognized, all of them looking to her cautiously, as if they were waiting for her to break. Except one. Cross. He stood there in the middle of the group of bikers. More muscle than she remembered, and a few new tattoos. But there was no doubt it was him. There wasn't worry on his face or fear. There was a bit of apprehension, as if he got too close, she would disappear. But mostly, there was hope. Murphy didn't even get a step in his direction before he was running at her, his apprehension forgotten, determination in its place. Kiwi, Cross said when he finally got to her and scooped her up into his arms. Tell me it is really you. Fuck, I've been dreaming of this for so long. I'm afraid to blink out of fear of you disappearing. I mean, I think it is, but who knows at this point? A lot has happened in 2 years. I could be an alien. She stifled a giggle when he pushed her back and gave her his arched brow look a second before he took her lips with his and kissed her hard and long. God, I miss that. Or you could be a brat who is in desperate need of an ass beating. When he squeezed her ass through her dress, she flinched, but that wasn't what got his attention. Kiwi, it's too cold for you to be out here in a damp dress. I know, but I didn't have time to change. I needed to find you. Wait, why is your dress wet? It's ruined, but I guess that's a risk you take when you take out your enemy. Murphy watched as realization dawned, and Cross's eyes went big. Don't worry. It's all his blood. Thank you for listening to Crave and Covet, Leave Me Breathless World, by Rachel Blake, performed by Blair Dade, Sean DeRegger, and Craig A. Hart. Copyright 2021 by Dragonfly Inc. Publishing. Production copyright 2021 by Pink Flamingo Productions.